Our turn. We ready to get started?
Hold on, we'll take it. All right, good afternoon, barely afternoon. This is the Town of Dewey Beach public hearing, a monthly town commissioner meeting and executive session being held at the Dewey Beach Life Saving Station as well as virtually. Today is Friday, March 20th, 2022, and it is right now it's 1 o'clock.
It's May 20th.
May
Mayor.
20th, 2022. What did I say, Friday?
You said March.
March. Did I really?
Yes.
I want to go back in time when I was only 54. March 2020, May 2022, you did it again. With that, I'd like to convene the town commissioner meeting. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
A
Second.
second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
The agenda has been adopted. Opening ceremonies, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. They moved it. Pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America,
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, Commissioner Jazinski.
Here.
Commissioner Persiker.
Here.
Commissioner Gibbons.
Here.
Commissioner Bauer.
Here.
And Commissioner / Mayor Stevens here. So we're all here. We also have members of our police department, as well as our town manager and from town hall. So we have a full house today and a full agenda, that's for sure. Public comments. Is anyone here for public comments prior to first agenda item? Not seeing any. Can anyone on the line? Okay. We'll move to updates and announcements. Town manager.
Want to go through them now? Yep. Okay.
Would you rather
I'll
prefer
hold that
that?
until the end, so the presentations are up. Yeah.
You know, if everyone's all right with that, why don't we move to the presentations and then we'll come back and when after we're done, restart that part of the agenda.
Thank you.
All right. Yes. Then you need a motion to amend the adoption.
Motion.
All in favor?
Second. No.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you for
We
keeping
don't
me.
have legal counsel here today.
Barrett, Fred Townsend could not make it, so Barrett will be here at 4 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Okay, good enough. Okay. All right. First item is the presentation by architects regarding the building of the new town hall and police department. I believe Centimbrino Architects / Remington Burnick Engineers are here for the first presentation. Is that
Yes.
correct?
That is correct.
Come on up. And floor is yours.
Okay, while they're setting up, again, just to introduce our team, again, my name is Kevin Zielinski. You may remember me from doing all the wonderful stormwater management projects we're doing around town.
You did.
By the way, McKinley came out pretty good, didn't it? Clean that up nice. So we've got more coming. As you all know, Remington and Vernick has been your engineer and planner since 2006, and we've been handling everything since everything from stormwater management projects to assistance with planning and grant applications for the town of Dewey Beach. And we will be your contract administrator for your new town hall project. With me here today, I also have Jackie Travato. She is our structural and MEP engineer. And we have teamed up with Centimbrino Architects. They are the lead architects on this project. They're experts on marine type building design. And they're also the best they're the best coastal architects in the business. But you'll hear more about the approach that we have to deal with the needs and the situation or conditions for a new town hall for the town of Dewey Beach. So with that, you got a quick peek of what your proposed town hall could look like. And Kate, just hit the up arrow.
Down.
All right, thank you. Okay, again, Remington and Vernick Engineers, we will be the contract administrator to lead on this project for you. And again, with the expertise of Centimbrino Architects, they'll be teaming up with us, and you'll hear more about their approach to the building design to deal with deal with all the needs that the town of Dewey has which we're sensitive to. You're going to see examples of police and municipal building project experience, very analogous to your situation, both in square footage, location, stormwater management issues, and the like. Coastal project experience, you'll see examples from Kevin and his team for other types of coastal projects. And again, taking into account the exact situation that Dewey's facing and that you deal with all the time, and proposing a new building of new town hall for the town of Dewey. Understanding those current conditions, you're going to see the new municipal building proposed plans and the different spaces, how they're used, how they flow, and also dealing with potential flood conditions and how to mitigate that, as well as the potential use as down the road of using this building as an emergency management center, keeping that into account. Sustainable design. And then at the end, Kevin will wrap up with the schedule and the budget. So again, Kevin Zielinski, I'm on the right, a little overdressed from that picture in the slide there, but I'm actually representing Chris Fazio, who you know is your town engineer and planner for the town of Dewey Beach. And then I just also introduced you to Jacqueline Travato. She will be our structural engineer handling all the MEP and structural design and engineering for this proposed new building. And Kevin, I'll turn that over to you.
Thank you so much. It's all right if I speak loudly so that the microphone picks me up. I don't understand behind that.
If you can, I think it's better if you go behind.
Record
Just from the recording. It is,
Okay.
so I apologize, but
We hear
it's
you fine.
it's the rest of the world.
So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting us here. My name is Kevin Settembrino. I own Settembrino Architects. With me is Katie Tanis, our project designer. And with us is also Ali Smith of Soika Smith Design Studios. She is our furniture consultant. So we want to show you that our team today, between Remington and Vernick Engineers and Settembrino Architects and our furniture consultant, can deliver to you a whole building, a turnkey building from start to finish. And that's important because when you complete it, you want to walk in. You don't want to say, what do we need to do next, right? So Settembrino Architects is an 8-person firm based in Monmouth County, New Jersey, and we only do public sector architecture. So we work for municipal governments, county governments, the state of New Jersey, and predominantly we have a substantive experience doing police stations that are in design and that are completed. We have substantive experience doing coastal design and a combination of the two. They say, wait a second, does that mean he's done police stations that are on the ocean? We have. In Seabright, we have the only jail cells that have a window right on the ocean. But you got to get arrested to go in there. So we want to show you those combinations and show you what our skill set is today. And we're going to go through what we think may fit best for your design as well. Right. All right, so during the slides, you're going to see some pieces of the design, but we're going to go through our police and municipal experience first, and we'll do that rather quickly so we can get to your projects next, right? So the first one here is the new Seabright Police and Administration Building. This is on the ocean. It is in the borough of Seabright. It was built in coordination with a new seawall. It's about 14,000 square feet. You can see the FD to the right, the PD is in the front and on the second floor, and the administration is on the second floor as well. Go ahead. This is the new police station and court for the borough of Clark. This was recently completed. The mayor here went through about 20 different brick types, and the mayor said, I want a new building, but I want it to look old. So we took great pains to make certain that we can provide a building that met the mayor's requirements. And we did it with some older tumbled brick, but we were able to bring the project in under budget for the mayor. And again, it's police station and court as well. And this is completed. All right. This is under construction now. We just started digging for footings and foundations. This is the new police station and administration building for the borough of Highlands. It's about 2 blocks from my office. It's about 15,000 square feet. On the base floor is police. On the top floor is administration, and it is a bifurcated site. You'll have PD secure parking on the lower level, and you'll have administration public parking on the upper level. All right. This is a new police station only, not court. So police station, about 18,000 square feet for the borough of River Vale. And what was important with the mayor and the governing body there is we have residential houses on both sides. They're all one family houses, 2 stories. And it was very important that the building fit in with the residents on each side. And you can start to see from the designs that we're showing you that the designs are very different. And each of the designs fit within the site that we were tasked to do. So the designs will take on a life of their own based on what we need to be next to. So this is a little bit more residential in nature, but make no mistake, it is a police station. We'll be going out to bid for this project in the next 2 months, and we're ready to go with it. This is an addition to the Borough of Emerson. It's predominantly a police and administrative addition. As you can see, the building in the foreground is the addition. The building in the foreground is the original building. It's a WPA era building, and the mayor and council wanted to save the building. So we kept that building. We did an addition in the same vernacular as that type of building, and we have a link between the 2 buildings. But this is PD on the ground floor, secure, administration court on the 2nd floor. But you can see it from the air. Building in the front of the foreground is a WPA era building. They're actually WPA murals in the basement. The mayor said, look, we want to save them. So we made certain that we saved them, and we worked around those murals. So they are there. You'll see the link behind the building, and then you'll see a new addition to the rear of the building as well. 2 stories, PD and administration. So this is a concept design we did for the city of Cape May. It was a combination PD and FD, PD to the right, or FD to the right, PD to the left. And I'm sure that everyone's been to the city of Cape May. There is a museum, a fire department museum. It's out right by the fire department. So we said, look, we need to take that element and we need to incorporate it into the new building. So in order to get into PDFD in this concept design, you had to walk through the museum. So we want to make sure that we want to maintain the history of the city of Cape May and also provide them with the functionality for new PD and FD as well. All right, so now you've seen all of our PD experience, and now we want to bridge over into coastal experience. And okay, you can do police departments. Can you do stuff by the water? Sure, we could do that too. So this is a new library we did for the county of Cape May, and it's actually the Stone Harbor Library. It's about 10,000 square feet. It's 2 blocks from the ocean, and it's next to the town hall for Stone Harbor. This was completed about 5 years ago. Go ahead. This is a lifeguard station for the city of Asbury Park. You can't really get closer to the ocean than this. It is on the east side of the boardwalk. Go ahead, next slide. Next slide. This design is developing and hasn't been built yet, but we were asked to do this for the city of Asbury Park. Right. This is one of our few private jobs. This is a new marina building for the Surfside Marina in Seabright. Is a few blocks south of our buildings in Seabright. This is a 2-story building for, it's right on the river in Seabright as well. Okay. You'll see the front view of that as well. Now, this is the important slide. You say, wait a second, Seabright looks like Dewey Beach. It does. So the buildings that we've done in Seabright, and by the way, the 2 buildings that we've done in Seabright several years ago were about $12 million. What's important to understand is that 60% of the Seabright buildings were paid for by FEMA, because Seabright had 4 buildings. They were damaged in Superstorm Sandy. So we've done extensive work with regard to money from FEMA, and we consolidated 4 buildings into 2. And the borough paid 40% locally and 60% from FEMA. Not bad, right? For the local share. So on the left, you see Seabright. To the right is the ocean. To the left is the Shrewsbury River. And on the right, on the right, you see Dewey Beach. To the right is the ocean. To the left is the bay. Pretty close, right? Right. So you're going to see that we have to deal with the same types of things. And when we can throw around acronyms like BFE and DFE, well, I'm sure that you know what they are, so we'll say them fairly quickly. But we understand what it is to design for base flood elevation, design flood elevation. We understand what it is to place flood barriers. We understand what you need to do to elevate base floors so that they meet DFE. And we understand what it does when it's below DFE. So we'll go through that when we go through your design. Right? Go ahead. All right, so our link building here, the building that's going to link us from our experience to your proposed building is the new library we did for the borough of Seabright, is on the ocean. It was built as the Army Corps of Engineers after Superstorm Sandy. Army Corps of Engineers was building the seawall behind our building. So we had to make certain that we designed, you can't get close to the ocean, right? We had to make sure that we designed this building, and it is it's a library on the second floor, and at the governing body and lifeguard station on the third floor. And the uses change depending on what the season is. And the mayor and council actually meet on a rolling dais, movable dais, and their backdrop is the ocean. Not too bad. But we had to make this in coordination with the Army Corps of Engineers as they were building the seawall, which mitigated the effects of Superstorm Sandy. We had to place this building partially on that seawall. So you see the seawall in the background, you see the ocean pretty close, right? And this was a case where finished floor was up at about 8 feet, but 8 feet was lower than top of seawall. So we had to make sure the finished floor of the library was top of seawall. And we got an elevator stair assembly to get you up to it. All right, go ahead. Some of the interior shots. On the left is the east elevation from the ocean. To the right lower corner, you'll see the mayor and council movable dais, and that backdrop is to the ocean. Lower left-hand corner is the library. The furniture was, we worked with Soik Smith and Ali Smith to put that furniture in that building. And then you see some of the skylight details. Go ahead. All right. Go ahead. So we're going to take 2 minutes to make sure that you know what we know.
The flyer around is showing heading up Coastal Highway north.
Right. So what we wanted to show there was the when we know what you already know.
Yeah.
As this went around the building, it's going to show a little bit of the site plan, and it's going to show where obviously the proposed building is located. We know that you've taken 3 lots. You're consolidating 3 lots in order to do your new municipal building and PD as well. And just to give you an idea of where that is. So we won't play that again. You already know. So obviously, yeah, SR1 is nothing right. Okay. So your proposed building, we did look through, we had the opportunity to look through your program. We knew your program was about 12 to 13,000 square feet. We do know that you want to remove the community center, predominantly build a new building in that location. Phased project, you will then demolish the existing multi-story municipal building. You will move into the new municipal building and then build a proposed sally port that's in the upper left-hand corner. So to the right, you will see predominantly the new municipal building. It does take up a lot of your site. So when we looked through the program, we tried to understand how we fit that program on that site. Okay, obviously it's a multi-story building. We know that you want to maintain a max height of less than 35 feet. Right? We know that you had to maintain the front yard setback on SR1 of no less than 8 feet. And then we kept your ingress and parking where it was. Plus, we want to make sure that PD has secure parking, and the sally port will be a phase 2 scenario, because we want to take the people from the municipal building, move them into the new building, and then build the sally port. So you have no downtime. You can on a Friday, you could finish working on a Friday and start working in the new building on Monday. Right? I sit on the governing body in Middletown in New Jersey. We just finished building a municipal building, and we're ready to demolish our old building. So in about a month or so, we'll move into the new building. But, so it's a great process, but we want to make sure you have no downtime. One, you'll go from new to old, and you'll have no downtime.
So again, Mayor and Commissioners, working with Sedebrino Architects, Remington and Vernick would be your contract administrators. And with that, we would take care of all your civil site, your structural and your MEP portions of the building, of this project, which would include obviously your outbound and topographic survey. Making sure that those boundary lines are established, and that the building footprint fits into the lots that Kevin had described earlier. The parking layout, and I think it's important to mention that, and I'll get to this, I'm going to jump to the next slide a little bit, but we're looking at your existing parking off of Rodney, as you saw on the previous slide, as to accommodate your parking, which obviously would deal with your handicap ADA accessible parking. And why that's important is with the permitting, we want to minimize the amount or need of permits as possible. And that includes impacting SR1. So we can avoid dealing with SR1, keep the parking off of Rodney, what you're used to now. That just makes things go a lot smoother. Right, Bill, Denrec and DelDOT? Yeah, we can avoid that. We talked about ADA compliance again off of Rodney. Pedestrian circulation. This building is very accommodating for that, and Kevin's going to get into that in a little bit. Site grading. As you all know, SR1's the high point of Dewey Beach. So it's important to, have that access at your high point, which of course is the coastal highway coming right off. And there's some unique approaches to that and dealing with that Kevin will get into a little bit later.
Put a lot of pressure on.
Yeah, he's the star. Obviously, site grading, making sure things drain, run off, take advantage of the new infrastructure that we're improving, right, Bill? Utilities, water, wastewater, electric, gas. Jackie's actually going to speak to that in a little bit. Stormwater management, again, taking advantage of that access off of SR1 because it is your high point, and just controlling that wherever possible. That's sustainability that we spoke of earlier. Jackie will speak more to exterior lighting, the landscape architecture, and as well as the permitting, which whoever has the clicker, can you hit the next one? All right. So with regard to permitting, we talked about. One of the things I wanted to point out is we work very closely, I should say Chris worked very closely with Dawn Hicks in your building and construction code office to confirm what permits were required for this project. And again, we wanted to avoid dealing with DelDOT and any impacts there to avoid that. And right now, making sure that the building and zoning compliant permits were acquired and getting the right permits that we need to proceed. Again, to be efficient with the timetable and obviously with cost. Land use approvals. Chris worked very hard to make sure that those were in line and were accounted for. Sussex Conservation District sentiment and stormwater management permits. And then Delaware State Fire Marshal approval. So these were all the permits and the approvals that we would need ahead of time going into this project. And again, minimizing any need. I don't think we have to deal with DENREC or DelDOT at all, Bill. So we did work with Ms. Hicks about that and to make sure that that was all in line ahead of this project. Okay.
Yeah. So guys already saw the slide. Okay. So
Hold on a second. One thing to keep in mind is before we start, we're going to start to show you the floor plan. And between Katie and Ally, they're going to describe the floor plans, how we form them, what were the drivers on the floor plans, and the specific furniture as it relates to PD or as it relates to administration. You'll hear specific details with regard to that done police department before we know what's specific to those requirements. Now, here's what we're going to do as well. As they describe the floor plans, I'm going to build it. Not bad, right? Okay. Go ahead.
So upon review of the program, we determined that the first floor is best suited for the PD, the second floor is for admin and public space, and the third floor is just administration. So coming off of SR1, coming to the lobby, which is a public area, which is shown in green, and then they would have access to the court. To the left of the lobby is where would be a secure door or only PD can access. Everything is shown in blue.
Okay.
The PD can also enter off of Rodney Avenue and come into the Sally Port and come in that way, and that's where processing will be.
So I guess Smith has experience with all the furniture you see here, specifically equipment storage and weapon storage, whether it's on high density, on rails, et cetera. Good options for you.
We're going too fast for me now, but that's right. I got the second floor built while they were doing the first.
There we go.
Second floor, we had the second floor, right?
So the
Stay on
public
the
has
side.
free access to the second floor, and here, if you look in the top left corner, is the multi-purpose room shown in green. Most of this floor is for administration, which is the pink, and the blue is, we'll have a secure corridor for the rest of the offices for the police department. Part of the vision was to make this building look like a lifeguard stand. So we have a pedestrian walkway around the whole base of the building shown in yellow.
And as it relates to the administrative furniture, something that we always keep in mind in the programming and type of municipality space is task chairs that are often armless or extended with, just because taking into consideration holsters, et cetera.
So the third floor, like I said, is all administration. If you look in the the top left corner of the plan here, that's where the town manager and the assistant town manager will be. I do want to add also on, can you actually go back to the second?
Yeah.
So there's only one interior rated stair here, and to provide you with the second means of egress, we have 2 exterior stairs off of the pedestrian walkway. Flip forward, and then the second means of egress on the third floor is off the balcony in the rear. Yep. So,
We're gonna leave this here while we're speaking for the rest of it. No, I asked our staff to generate for us some little people. They looked at me strangely and they said, so they went on some websites, looked, I said, I need some scale. How do we do that? They couldn't get me any little, but to put in here, but we, when you see some of the renderings, you see some scale to it, but feel free to move it around, take some elements off, put them back on. But we want you to understand what we were talking about today is in that model. So we took some time to do that so that you can understand how those pieces go together and then how they fit within something, right? Remember, top building less than 35 feet high and min 8-foot setback. So we have some of the renderings. These are the renderings that you see here. So we'll go through them. As you can see, this is the view from SR1. The aesthetics of the lower level. One thing to keep in mind, we'll get into this in some of the second cuts, but the first floor is +4, right? DFE or design flood elevation is a +4, and you're going to say, wait a second, you can get in. It's a barrier-free building. You're going to get in at 0. But we're going to talk about that in a moment. You're going to say, well, that's going to flood. About that in a moment, right? So you don't see any what you don't see any exterior rents. We're gonna make this building barrier-free. They first floor, finished floor of lobby of 0 to match your existing conditions. And we're gonna get you in there with regard to an elevator and stair, get you up +4, and then the rest of the building. So the building is barrier-free, but all of the PD is on the lower level, so PD is most secure. We need to make sure that we can get light into PD, but we also need to make sure that you don't have windows that people can view in. We've done numerous police departments. We do have windows in PD. They're ballistic rated, non-operating windows, and they're tinted. So we don't. So in this scenario, since you're so close to a public way, we're not going to take that chance. So we want to get you light. Why don't you get your light in? You're not going to have the view out. We thought that the security was a little bit more important than the view, right? So first floor PD, light in as you come around the building. You'll see PD. You'll see administration is a little bit more open on the second floor. Although you do see egress stairs, you can go up those egress stairs all you want. The only way you get in the building is the front lobby on the lower level. All the other doors of the building are secure doors, and you can get out or get in with a key. Okay. So then you see third floor as well. All the siding on the lower portion, it is a composite or a cementitious siding, and work within your budget to make certain that look, there's no wood on here. There's nothing that rust, rot, warped, or anything of that nature, right? So potentially looking at masonry on the first floor. Second floor is a composite siding. and we have a roof with dormers with a metal roof on. You could also start to see some of the pedestrian way in the second. So look, this building, when we looked at the program for the site that you have, it takes up most of the site. We said, well, how do we do this such that you can take pedestrian way and put it on the site? I don't know, you don't have any space left. So we looked at it on the second floor. We're not doing it next to PD. So, you have many nice days here, some cold winter, but you know, nice days. We have a pedestrian way on the outside that's that you can use to kind of get out when you're still on the site. But these are some items that can you could look at value engineering when you're looking to shrink up the building. So we want to present that to you as an option to be outside of the building, but still be on the site. It's a little bit of a challenge for us. We want to make sure. But so this is a view at the Sally Port, PD secure parking, Sally Port to the left. We knew we needed to link the Sally Port to the main building, right? So when you see in our section, the Sally Port links to the main building via stairs or barrier-free ingress and egress is in the front of the building. Right. So you want to talk about the second?
As you can see that the lobby is at grade, and we wanted to avoid having an exterior stair. So that's why, we provided you your barrier-free ingress there. And kind of how Kevin said in the back, when you go through the Sally Port, there's just stairs there because that didn't need to be barrier-free.
We don't want to point out to you that why did the town manager. However, here's what we did. That is a second means of egress. So we need to have it. We just happen to have an outdoor space. This is a functional requirement, secondary means of egress. One thing we're going to point out in the plans is that we only have one enclosed stair. It's a very tight site. So stairs are approximately 10 by 20 on average in footprint, or about 8 by 18, get a little tight. Try taking 2 of those, and a tight site takes a lot of air. So our second means of egress is predominantly exterior egress. This is the section as well. So in the lower right-hand corner, you see the lobby at 0. You haven't asked me yet. That's going to flood, right? You're going to say that's at 0. It's not a DFE. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. How's he doing? But when we did the Stone Harbor Library, we set the Stone Harbor Library about 18 inches. There were 3 ingress doors. We set the Stone Harbor Library at 18 inches below DFE. Oh, what do we do with that? We're doing a new comfort station for the Atlantic City Aquarium. And DFE for the Atlantic City Aquarium was 4.5 feet. We put it at 3 because I don't want to see a bathroom 4.5 feet in the air, right? So now I have variances, okay, between where I put the floor and where DFE is. How do we deal with it? So there's a company called Zero Industries. They make flood barriers, right? So this is acceptable with regard to the construction official. So this is a manually applied flood barrier. So at the front door, which is your only point of ingress, a barrier-free ingress. Okay, so I don't need to do exterior ramps. Please don't make me do exterior ramps. We want to keep it inside the building. We want to keep it secure, right? So there are. This is in a flood event. So a day prior to a flood event, we will apply this flood barrier, and the flood barrier is what? The flood barrier is 4 feet high up there, right? So you can apply it at the front door. So presuming that DFE is 4 feet above, DFE is 4 feet, your flood barrier will accommodate that single means of egress at that level so that area doesn't, right? So, but that's our only ingress at 0. It makes the building barrier free. In the storm event, 1 day prior, 6 hours prior, feeling really risky an hour prior, you put on the flood barrier made by Zero Industries. We've used it in our coastal buildings before when our finished floor is lower than DFE for either aesthetic reasons, for either functional reasons, but we can accommodate that by targeting those ingresses.
Home stretch, I promise. So very quickly, I'm going to go through just the engineering components that we're thinking for this project. So geotechnically, we are anticipating having a pile foundation system, although once we do our geotechnical analysis, we'll be able to have a better idea of how to provide the most economical option for your building. In terms of structural, we will look at a steel frame, wood frame, also, try to figure out what the most cost-effective option is, especially when the floor plan has been finalized. In terms of the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing components. We are anticipating using a split system for your building, kind of very similar to what you use in your residential houses, kind of have like a couple condenser units outside. This way you don't have anything impacting the design of the roof. Also, for any air quality, our standard at RVE is to use MERV 13 air filters, especially now with all the COVID regulations happening. So that is something that we will propose as an option for you to put part of your building. Electrically, if you guys decide to have this an essential facility, we can design a full powered emergency generator for you on site. This way you'll have uninterrupted service in any sort of, just cut off. Also, electrically, we'll always look for efficient components, LED lighting, controls. Also, you're going to need security systems, cameras, access cards. So these are the things that we are incorporating into our design at this point. Obviously, this is all based off your input as well, what you need, what your needs are for this building. So all of that would be part of the conversation. And that's all I have for this slide.
Ladies and gentlemen, in anticipation of the upcoming movie Top Gun 2 Maverick, we've checked with the tower, we've asked for a flyby, and we got it. So this is what we did for you today. It's going to take you out. This is front of the building, that's what I want. And we did put the people there. So you can see the view that's on. This is probably about 50 feet high, and it goes down a little more. You can see, look at all those people enjoying that outdoor space right on that second floor. This is only about 17 minutes. It's only a few minutes. So, we're going back around to the Sally portion. We do know that that small area in the back there, that the adjacent neighbor may give, right? That's what we understand. So we're looking at some mechanical space. We're looking back there, right? In front of the building, this is in masonry. You see some ceramic wood planks look to make it a little bit warmer. But you see all resistant finishes on it. Really can't shoot through it, you can do whatever. We're give you a space. Stairs to the top floor. You can walk up those stairs all you want. You're not getting to the building. Watch it, understand that. Easy to get out, you're not getting in, you're only getting to the first floor. See the walkway along the public way. It's fairly large. We want to give you that feeling of being outdoors. We took up most of the side. This is the front of the building. We're not sliding down that roof, but we put it out there as a coverage for the ingress. See the secondary stairs, secondary egress stairs from the second floor. Here along one side of the building, going to the back. The lower level is now the secure parking at the Sally Port as well, with the link to the main building. Right? And then it just gives you one final fly around the building. We're going to wind up. We want to make sure we call that secondary means of egress. Second floor office. Right? So the right, hang out a little bit more. That's it. So that was the fly around the building, just so you get a feel for what that might be. If you got that flyby.
This slide is just a sample of one of the several things that we can do for sustainable design. This is an example of a rain garden. When we do your design, we will be just taking sustainable design into every aspect of the design process, electrically, mechanically. So that is something that we will always be thinking about during the process.
You know, see all the engineers, when it comes to schedule, might say, okay, it's the architect. So now we're going to put up the schedule first. We know this is a phased problem. We kind of gave you the schedule in terms of months, not in terms of start or end date, because we're not sure how when you'll be in or not. But we just want to talk about construction. We know that you have to demolish the senior community center phase 1 about half a month. I'm sure they could do it in about a week. Maybe over a weekend at night when it's gone. When we had the library in Seabright, when it was demolished to make way for the new library, I said to the mayor at the time, I said, Mayor, I thought I saw the old library up on Friday. He said, we took it down over the weekend. We didn't tell him. I understand. So that went down pretty quick. Phase 2, 9 months, new municipal building construction and move in. Phase 3, about 1 month or faster. You can get from the existing municipal building right to the new construction. Sally Port and Link construction. The reason why that's so short, usually they don't do construction in less than 3 months. because the lead time usually that's so short is because we're gonna anticipate that all the material we're gonna have acquired when we're doing the new municipal building for the phase 2. And then that's why that's so short. And phase 5 is site work, and there's fairly nominal site work to do here. There's not a lot of area left, so that's a short period of time. Okay, now you're saying, wait a second, please. Talk about schedule. We didn't talk about budget, right? How much? What does it cost? So look, we read your April 1 article. Okay, your April 1 article puts the budget between $5 to $6 million. Right? Some of the articles are closer to 5. We want to maintain that. We want to maintain that budget target to do this building. We know that your target area is about 12,000 square feet without the Sally Port. Sally Port adds approximately another 1,000 square feet. Okay. Now, we did go to our estimator. We said, look, how can we build this building? One thing that Jackie Toronto mentioned, she mentioned what? She mentioned, look, we're going to do this as efficiently and effectively as we can. So the buildings that we've done are all budget driven. So we've shown you that the design step is specific to the area. And more importantly, all the designs are also budget driven, right? We're the architects for the borough of Fanwood in New Jersey, and I just met with the mayor a few days ago, and they had formed a committee to generate a new public works building. And after we did the schematic design, it was $12 million. We don't know how this works. Everyone wants everything, right? Mansion and the yacht, right? Okay, everyone wants everything, and you get to the $12 million. You said, Mayor, how much does the governing body want to invest in the building? What's the mayor say? 7. Okay, so now we understand from our schematic design what was desired, and the governing body will push down that budget to meet what they need to, what they can expend for the taxpayers of the borough, and it's $7 million. So we are in the process of modifying the schematic design so we can meet the needs of the director of public works and the office spaces, and also meet the budgetary needs of the governing body. So you will see that when you build designs, you build them up, and then the budget will tighten them up and push them down. And you will wind up with a project that meets the needs of all the users, okay? And it meets the budget requirements of the governing body as well. So we have read those articles, and when Jackie mentioned we're going to design it most efficiently. Can you do this out of a wood frame? You can. Can you do it out of a steel? You can. Steel is still probably about $50 a foot more expensive than wood frame. It $50-$75. It is. Okay. So we know what the variances are. We understand what your budget is, what your budget constraints are, and we're going to work within that to make certain that we can meet that budget. Right. So look, we're doing a new vocational technical high school for the county of Hunterdon, New Jersey. It's about 35,000 square feet. It's $25 million. 25.1, I'd say 27, I'd say 25.2, 25. Our office and the vocational school district won a grant from the state of New Jersey that will provide 75% of the funding. You say, wait, did I hear that right? Yeah, 75% of the funding is provided by the state of New Jersey to build this new building. But here's the catch. They said, look, guys, you get $25 million, it's all in. Don't come back to me. So this is the same scenario. So we developed a spreadsheet before we developed the design to make certain that the square footage that we're going to propose, the area that gets proposed, doesn't exceed the budget. So this is not a scenario where we're going to build this up and say, it's $10 million. It doesn't work that way. You guys have dictated to us what the budget cap is. We're going to build this up. We're going to make certain that the program requirements don't exceed your budget before we start to put together that design. If you don't do that, you're going to wind up with a building that's over budget. And we'll do this 6 times. We want to make sure that fit within your budget. Again, how do you do that? You don't say, well, we came close. It doesn't work that way. You develop a program before you do the design. You understand what the cost per square footage, whether it's wood frame, whether it's steel frame. Make certain that you find the maximum square footage that you can build to meet your budget before you start design. That's it. There's no secret to this. Okay? And that's important. Design it any other way.
So like, just to follow up what Kevin said, these are concepts. This is a conceptual building taking into the concerns, the needs of the town of Dewey Beach. And again, they can be adjusted to suit the needs, as Kevin had pointed out, and adjusted to, from the various input that may be needed, after before we go and solidify everything. But I think it's also important to note that This is probably going to be the last town hall building you're going to build for a very long time. And you want to do it right. And you want to do what's best for the town of Dewey Beach. And this is the best design, taking into all those considerations. And again, has all those concepts built in that can be adjusted, modified. And then once you guys are happy with it, then you saw the timeline on how fast it can be done.
Guys, just take 2 minutes to wrap this up. So our presentation today showed that between Remington and Vernick and Center Brino Architects, we have completed, not designed, we completed multiple police department buildings. Some of those police department buildings are on the coast, okay? So it's a combination of understanding what PD requirements are, a combination of understanding what PD security requirements are, a combination of understanding where the secure parking needs to be, how the Sally Port functions. It is a combination now of understand, take that information and build it in coastal architecture. Understand that coastal architecture means piles and grade beams. Okay? Understand that coastal architecture means DFE, flood barriers. How do you accomplish that and make the building barrier free? So we've taken those experiences with regard to PD that we've completed, taken those experiences with regard to coastal communities that we've completed. Similarly, as I mentioned with the Borough of Seabright, of their $12 million in projects, 60% is paid by FEMA. So we have worked with the federal government FEMA to get those funds. So local is only 40%. And look, we built it right in front of you. Pretty cool, right? So we want to make sure that we can take the two-dimensional designs that we did and translate them into 3D. So as we do this design, we're going to come back with some additional 3D models, okay, so that you can understand how it goes together. See, now he's
You can actually take one home with you.
we don't offer these to any means.
Thank you.
Right. So the
The art
nice
of
thing
3D
about
printing.
the 3D models is that A, we've done it so you can take it apart. So as we discuss it, you say, look, I don't understand what that is. Okay, we're gonna put it together for you. We also have handouts of the.
Great.
You look at that at your leisure, and I do want to entertain any questions.
Yeah, and gentlemen, ladies, great presentation. Little too heavy on Jersey. I didn't hear anything outside of New Jersey, but that's a whole different thing. I'll open up to the commissioners.
So,
Any questions of
well,
them?
I guess I want to understand how we're going to work this today. I mean, we're getting multiple presentations. Do we kind of want to discuss them each one by one and then have a discussion at the end, or what were you kind of thinking? You know,
I was
in that
thinking that we'd have the presentations. If you have any concerns over their actual designs, what they
Okay.
put forth to now, so that we can come to a conclusion at versus. So we
Okay.
can let them go, actually.
Okay.
Go back, get on the ferry and go home.
So I guess I'll start.
Yeah, please.
If that's all right. So it's great design. It's really a nice, really attractive building. And I very much appreciated the way you walked through what you're doing for flood and trying to make it barrier free. I guess I had one, main question overall in the design, more from an interior perspective. And I know you have to keep the spaces separate, but this is kind of our public facing building, right? So the public interacts with us here. And so the public, basically, for everything they want to do, they have to kind of go in. And if they're taking the steps, they kind of got to walk all the way around and whatnot. And so it's always more awkward when they can't kind of go in and on the main level that would be 4 feet above, go to the window and do their public business rather than having to kind of, walk around and go up or take an elevator. I just wanted your thoughts on that aspect of the design.
Well, that's a great question. Thank you very much. So when we design public municipal buildings, we have a security overlay.
Right.
That security overlay provides public spaces. This is the spaces that the public can only access. It provides private spaces, the spaces that there's the offices, there's the PD spaces you don't want the public to be in. And then there are some spaces that are public-private spaces.
Right.
Spaces where the private users will meet the public users. But there are defined areas where the public can access, okay? And we get to the first floor plan. I'm going to show you the when we get to your answer to the question. They're trying to flip it.
Okay.
Our technology is supposed to work, right? So let's see. There we go. So go to the first floor, please. Okay, so first floor. Green is the public area. Okay?
Right.
Green is the public area. Blue is the private PD. Yellow is the public can access the yellow. So the public can access the green, they can access the yellow. Can't access processing and Sally Port, can't access PD. So by the yellow, you'll see secure doors into PD, but you can circulate up and down that stairs, Ron, you can get to the court as well. So we have limits to where the public, no, second floor from you, please.
And there is an elevator next to that staircase. Yes, got it.
So elevators are required. There was probably 5 years ago, the code required, let municipalities have an exception, I think it was 2,000 or 3,000 square feet per second floor, non-barrier free. Guess what? Exception went away. So if you're a government owner and you own a municipal building and it's more than a story, you gotta have an elevator. Okay? So look, so as the public can get around, all the yellow is public space. The lower left-hand corner is PD secure card. Can't get in there. Is private spaces. All those will be secure doors. So you can walk around the corner. You can't get any of those doors. Unless you have a key card. We did the Ocean Township police renovations. They went with a thumbprint. Right? That was it. The chief of police got into everything. Next guy that got in was the administrator. After that, it's pretty good. Right now, it's just pretty fast, right? So the green is public. So just go to third floor for me. So what we did, so when you see the presentation, again, yellow is public area, secondary means of egress off the balcony area, and those private spaces as well. So when you take a look at the presentation, we specifically generated them in terms of public, private, and public/private spaces. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I had two questions. Tell me a little bit more about the Zero Industries removable flood barrier. Is it something that's stowed and we physically, not we, other people physically move there, or is it something that comes out with the button, or?
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, that's why you said Tom Cruise and Top Gun. So I was wondering how fancy you're getting with this.
Right. So the Zero Industries flood barrier is a product we use in buildings, and essentially when the building is built to the left and to the right of on the door jambs, the left and the right is mechanically, this part of the design is a mechanical receptor, okay, that gets mechanically fastened to the building. Okay? The flood barriers are manually installed prior to a flood event. What does that mean? Is that means you're going to take those flood barriers, it's one barrier, and it's going to attach to that to receptors in the building, okay, and that will prevent the ingress of water. So the flood barrier itself, the barrier itself, is a manual applied product prior to the flood event, but the receptors for the building so that it will make a barrier to the part of the building design. A little bit of combination of all, but no magic.
Now, I understand, one more question. I understand the need to have the second area of egress or second way of egress. But I'm always trying to make sure that everybody in Dewey Beach stays safe. So I'm not worried about, well, I am worried about all of us getting out, but I'm worried about people deciding to come up the staircase and hang out on the balcony.
Yeah.
I know they can't get in the building. You
Yeah.
got me safe on that.
Yeah, but we don't want to do that either. So this is a preliminary design. So on the second floor, you have two means of egress plus the third interior to the building. You only need to have one. So again, this is preliminary design. A, we can take one of those stairs and put it to the rear of the facility only. B, we can have some type of a cage will make the stair secure. That doesn't look too cool in the rendering, so we didn't put it in.
Okay.
But we know we need to make that secure as well. But we just want to show that our secondary exterior building, but yes, we don't think we want that either. So
You mentioned people sliding down the roof. I'm like, no.
well, those only fun.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Persiger.
Yeah, I'm a little confused about the flood requirements and also the building height requirements. And I know Jim Dees, the assistant town manager, is on Zoom, I believe. I saw his face earlier. And I don't know if Dawn is part of this as well. And you mentioned that you have been talking with the building official, but you mentioned a couple of times BFE of 4. Isn't the current town hall at a BFE of 5?
I don't know.
Okay.
Jim may know that's.
I mean, you can sort that out. I would expect this property also would have a 5-foot elevation as well. The other point I want to make here is that anyone else who wants to build a building in a flood zone has to respect in terms of the initial building. It has to be at BFE +1 when we have a 1 foot of freeboard, and I haven't heard any mention of that either. So, are we planning on putting up a building that just meets the basic FEMA BFE, or are we talking about respecting freeboard as well?
Well, a couple of items. When we looked at the finished floor, we're BFE is based on elevation.
Right.
We were meeting a BFE, which was +4. We understand that SR1 is high. This location is the highest point at the municipality. So I think if I recall correctly, when I reviewed that, there was a little bit more of a credit in terms of height, given that location, that specific location. So whether it's
Credit if from whom?
don't say credit. I mean,
Well, I mean, but whose regulation are you talking? Is that town or FEMA or state?
Your flood is governed locally, right? So when I say credit, I just mean it's a little higher area.
Oh, okay,
That's
okay.
all. I'm just talking about credit in terms of upper, right? But when we talk about finished floor, it's at DFEs, at your design flood elevation, and not because you do need to have that freeboard, right? So regardless, when we'll set that, we set this today at DFE of 4, right? Regardless of whether that gets set at 5 or 3 or 2, we know it is eligible, right? When we generate the final design, we make certain that your first floor meets your DFE requirements and your freeboard requirements, and it won't have any effect on any exterior ingress. All the barrier-free capability for the building is done with your elevator once you get in there. Right? So that we can accommodate that, make certain that DFE accommodates your requirements. But when we did this initial design, we had to set it somewhere.
Okay, well, I mean, what about the future? I mean, you talked about this portable barrier being at 4 feet. Sea levels continue to rise. We continue to have problems on the bay side. If anything, in my personal opinions, I think we ought to have a higher freeboard than 1. And I think, that's one of the most recommended strategies for any community that faces flood risk like this and being resilient is to increase the freeboard. So, how do you accommodate the future here? I don't want to accommodate just what the basic requirements are right now.
So what we need to do is obviously the higher the building goes, the more cost per square foot. So we want to make sure that we can balance it with you, the future design with the current cost requirements, current budget requirements. So look, it's just a matter of making certain that you raise the building to a point that your budget can accommodate, and you put the building at +6 based on projected future DFE and BFE elevation. Sure, you can. That will increase the height of the building. When you start to do that, you look at that first floor differently. Right now, it's a supported slab, so that if the grade it goes way below the slab, it's not consequential to the building design. Do you look at it differently, whereby the exterior of the building doesn't come all the way down in terms of budget restrictions? So this is a preliminary design. We want you to understand that we understand that you have to come to a conclusion with DFE. And again, but we've given you a vertical circulation element that can accommodate that and not change what you need to do to the building. So give you that flexibility.
Okay, your understanding of the limit on the height is 35 feet, but this is in a flood zone. So the measurement is different, as I understand it, would be 32 feet from BFE plus 1. The 1 foot of freeboard. So I'm not sure why we're talking about 35 feet.
We just mentioned that the height was less than 30, the max height is less than 35 feet. The way we designed it is that the roof slopes, so it doesn't go less than 35 feet. And using that just as a threshold.
Okay.
The way we've designed it is that the roof slopes up, so it's less impactful. It's not a big, tall, square building. It's on a sloping roof with dormers, so it's less impactful with regard to the building.
But that's your max. That's not. You weren't suggesting that was the town's
No,
maximum.
no, sir.
Okay.
We want, what we want to do today is we want to give you a proposed design. We want to tell you what the approximate designs were done to, and then obviously we give you a design that can be modified, with fair ease, or restart again. We understand what you're.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Gary.
Commissioner Barron?
Yeah,
Hold on.
Well, Jim.
Yeah, Mr. Dedes, go ahead.
thank you for letting me in on this. When we met with the contractors, we explained to them what our base flood elevation +1 to freeboard was. And there was a question as to whether or not the town could go above that. And that was pretty much decided that the town can waive its own requirements should they choose to. But I believe we had mentioned to everybody that it is base flood elevation +1, 32 feet high was the limit, the town's existing limit. So I hope that explains that. And the barrier, we do permit a barrier around there, a dry-proof barrier. That's permitted under the FEMA requirements. So that's why they can keep it on the ground level, should they choose to do so when they come up with the design.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Jim.
Welcome.
Commissioner Bauer.
Yeah, I like the design, by the way. It's very, and presentation was excellent. So I had a couple questions. And, the first floor being the police station, there was a number of years, probably 3 years ago, we had a consultant come in to consult about improvements for our policing. And they came back with a bunch of recommendations. This was Greg Warren's report. Now, I know you'd mentioned about, having the standard for the thick, for the walls and the glass and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if you had seen that report before, but I just wanted to check off all the recommendations that were in that report. Were they included in this design? Because now would be the time to do it. It wasn't? No.
So since we've done a number of PDs throughout New Jersey, we've dealt with the Department of Corrections for every single design that we've done. We've dealt with the Department of Corrections in design and in construction. We have to get approval from the Department of Corrections every time we do the police department.
Got it.
Department of Corrections will review portions of the design, and they're reserved for the Sally Port and the processing. So when you see this floor plan, you're going to see Sally Port and processing area in a different color that's governed by the Department of Corrections. You will also see all the blue is PD. And there are requirements to move prisoners from Sally Port to the court or within the processing area without exposing them to general public. So we've accommodated that as well. There are, as Alan Smith mentioned, there are gun locker requirements as well. There's secure storage requirements.
Evidence
We've
lockers.
done PDs before. There are different suppression systems, different sprinkler systems, right? So you have you have the building that could be a wet sprinkler system, but you need a dry or a chemical sprinkler system for any evidence, right? You can't damage any of the evidence with regard to those sprinkler systems. So there are exhaust requirements for chemical sprinkler systems. Okay, so most our police departments will have secure Sally Ports, will have secure processing areas. We'll make certain that you cannot move prisoners in view of public. To make certain that they have multiple suppression systems to accommodate different uses in the space. I know the Chief shaking his head, so it sounds right? Okay. And when we've done courts and PDs before, and when the police department insisted on windows again, they are ballistic windows, not ballistic glass. They're ballistic rated assemblies. They're windows. Okay? They don't operate. You can't open or close them. And they have a ballistic rating. I think it's 5. I forget all that. Okay? And they're also tinted, right? So it means unless you're standing there with a bazooka, you're not getting through that window, and you can't see what the PD is doing inside. The best way to do it, we've done court systems as well, and nobody wants to take it. Nobody wants to be able to take a shot at the judge. The ALC, the Administrative Office of Courts and the jury says, look, we're going to review that for you as well, right? So with these windows, it provides you the most secure area. It gives you some light in. But look, you're right on a public way. I mean, although I'd like to have you see out cheap, I'm up with windows there.
Right.
Right. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I probably have to go back and review all the different requirements. I'll have additional questions later.
Yeah, Commissioner Bauer, I think this was the exercise today was to interview these 3 firms, look at the designs, look at the elements that you put forth. And obviously, when we get to the point of the final decisions, we'll make sure that the Warren report has been part of it.
Just to wrap that up, when we've done all our projects in New Jersey, the Department of Corrections, it's an overlay requirement. They need their approval with courts as an AOC, Administrative Office of the Courts requirements. So in addition to IBC requirements to build the building, okay, there are also overlay requirements from state agencies. Look, we're going to review that too.
Right.
So we've done
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just want to echo some of the other thoughts. I mean, I think I like the design. I think it fits in well with Dewey and it doesn't look like it's out of place. So you did a really good job on that, as well as from a structural perspective, accommodating. I would have liked to have seen more. The only thing I would like to have seen is easier access for the public on the first floor, but I understand limitations because what the police need and size. I just want to confirm, though, that, I mean, when you looked at the budgetary elements of under $6 million, you feel that this building, as well as its furniture fixed, that could be done for under $6 million?
We will stay within your budget.
and it'll be made out of concrete and things that are sustainable.
Yeah, no paper mache.
No
Mayor.
paper mache at
no,
all.
no.
Great presentation, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to leave you with a small.
Take the big one. Yes.
I couldn't get the roof back.
Good job, guys. All right.
Yeah, but the,
5-minute break.
do you guys use the 3D printer? Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I got it now.
Yeah, that's kind of cool, you know? I mean, I've seen a 3D printed thing or two, but this is, and to think that now you can do this fairly.
Very good presentation.
GMB, you're up next, so you want to get ready.
Hours, I'm assuming.
Thank you. Thank you. So you live in Monmouth?
It's like, because it's just putting on little layers.
My family, I grew up in North New Jersey, and most of them have, I grew up in Elizabeth.
Yeah, I know it takes a long time.
Are you familiar with,
When you came with the first
are you
one,
familiar with the Joseph J. Katina School?
When you had multiple, I'm like, it definitely had
Middle
to be.
school, it's right there in Monmouth.
Appreciate that.
It's in Monmouth. It's in Monmouth. It's actually my uncle, Joseph J. Yeah, he just passed away in February, but he actually opened the school. Well, he loved Monmouth racetrack. So when he got his race in building a school, he just opened one here.
Oh, yeah, like this, standing seat.
And that challenge group has that.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a little standing seat.
You know, we got- But no, thank you. Good job.
Yeah, and they're good for a hurricane too.
Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. It's good seeing you again. Good seeing you in person.
Thank you very much. Great presentation.
That's good, yeah. At first, when he first said it, I had to jog my memory.
And it's got that. in the middle of it.
1 minute. 1 minute. Or water. Water. Now the Jersey's in here.
Yeah, this one's like. Yeah, so that's what this one.
Correct.
Yeah.
Everybody's bringing us presents today. I love it. I
Oh,
love
mine came with
it. Me too.
Oh, yeah.
I hate it.
Without a doubt.
a pad of paper.
I can see it. I can see it.
Let me put this one away.
How you doing? You get my ear.
Sorry, I haven't.
How are you?
Wait.
Good.
So you feeling okay except for congestion?
Yeah, congestion, cough. My wife has been going with my wife for almost 10 days now. I just want to spread it in.
A lot of people are getting sick, like, it's a combination of people getting.
You feeling okay,
I've
Logan?
had a cold too.
What's that?
You feeling okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. It's just, I don't want to give it to anybody else, you know?
Thank you.
That's the only reason for the mask. I mean, I'm not worried about COVID right now. I know I don't have that. I did test for that.
So she was. made
Look at this. Now, here's a real benefit of a presentation.
There you go.
Not bad.
New books. You can't have enough of these. And it's thick paper too.
Exactly.
This is
I know what to
28
do
pound
with
paper,
this.
none of that cheap stuff.
I know what to do with this. I don't know what to do with this.
Right. This is going to one of the kids. I don't know.
Yeah, I know, I know. I definitely will have grandchildren.
How you doing?
It's 3D printed and cool up there.
So you just basically.
And it was her dress she selected.
Right.
She ended up giving her.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. What was that right? Bridesmaids with.
Right. Right.
1 minute. My daughter's having to deal with this every step of the why I just trying not to let it work.
My, so you, to your point, my friend just finally just told, who's her best friend? He said, look, she was trying to tell her, the wedding's not about you. Right? And so she just kept coming at her and she finally decided, sorry.
That's what my mother wants to discover fire.
Yeah. Well, I thought he knew that I could laugh.
She could have gotten.
Right.
There's a continuation.
Yeah, okay, well.
My brother stood up with me, so, but anyway, it was just like.
When was this?
Ashley, did Kate pause the video or we're still live? All
Yeah,
right.
we never took a, whatever, yeah.
All right. The second presentation will be by GMB, which stands for George, Miles, and Burr. Burr or Burr? Which one is it?
It's Buer.
Burr. Okay.
But we answer to GMB or pretty much
GMB.
anything you want.
All right. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a hard act to follow, right? So thanks for your time today. We're going to do the first part of the presentation and a little bit about GMB if you don't know about GMB. And the second half, we were going to concentrate on your specific design. We don't really like to talk at you, so we feel like it's more of an interactive conversation. I know we're going to have questions at the end, but if you see anything that you would like to ask questions on as we go through, please feel free to stop us and ask, because we feel like we get a better dialogue that way. See if I can get this thing going. Okay, so I'm just going to do a brief introduction. I'm going to let each person, since we have a little, small amount of time today, I'm going to let each of our team members introduce themselves. So my name is Morgan Helfrich. I'm the lead architect for this potential project. I'm also a managing member at GMB. I've been with GMB for 15 years. Prior to that, I've been in another firm for 10 years. The person that's up on the screen that is not here today that I wanted to introduce is Andrew Lyons. He was at the initial meeting with Bill, and unfortunately, his apologies, he already had a scheduled vacation and is out of town. So my apologies that he is not here, but he would obviously be a part of this team project should we get the project. Additionally, we have somebody else in the audience. I brought our intern. This is Ava Bullock. She's our architectural intern this summer. She's at local from Berlin, Maryland. She's at her second year at Penn State for architecture. So we're very happy to have her as well. Okay, I'll let the other guys introduce themselves as they go. Okay, so the additional team members also not here that I wanted to just press. We did not bring an MEP person. We work locally with all three of these firms for MEP, RMF, Allen and Sharif, and Diamond State Engineering. We've had luck with all three. We would really wait to sign that person up based on your design to see which one would fit their need and their schedule. But all three of these would be recommended for your project. In-house, we have structural engineering. I feel like that's a caveat that I wanted to mention because I feel like it makes us stronger architects by having our structural engineers in the same house. Obviously, we have civil engineering as well. We also have construction phase services in-house. We have RPRs on most of our projects that are on site daily to make sure that the contractor is actually doing what the drawings tell them to do. I keep going the wrong way. Sorry, guys.
All right.
Okay, so GMB, we have been around for quite a long time. We are in our 62nd year of business on the Eastern Shore. We have all of these divisions in-house: architecture, civil engineering, structural engineering, water, wastewater, coastal resiliency. Brent will talk a little bit about that as it's pretty important to us to make sure that we're local, we live and work in this environment. So we're very passionate about that as well. Land development and aerospace. Aerospace, we do a lot of the buildings down at Wallops Island. So it's very interesting to design a building for a rocket scientist. They are very specific. Okay, so I wanted to mention that, I've already said we live and work in this environment. We have 95 dedicated staff members at GMB. We have 22 licensed professionals, and we've been serving the Delmarva Peninsula for 6 decades. So having said that, we have local offices. We are pretty much surrounding you on all sides, which is what this shows. Our main office is in Salisbury. We have another main office in Seaford. We have 2 satellite offices in Lewis and in Ocean View.
We have another office in Baltimore, but it's a little bit farther away from this location. So having said that, we do have strong relationships with a lot of the other municipalities that are neighboring you as well. So this slide is just basically showing you how long we have been serving all of those municipalities. A lot of these, we are actually the town engineer and architect, so we automatically get to do their work for them. So we're proud to work with all of these, including Seaford, Lewis, the town of Millville, South Bethany, Sussex County, Worcester County, Wacomico, and the town of Laurel. We have others, but these are just the ones that are closest to you that we wanted to highlight. Okay, so I've only highlighted a couple local projects, just because the ones I've pulled out, I know we already submitted our qualifications. So you've seen the work that we can do. The projects that I'm highlighting here are because they're municipal and they have a police component at the same time. The town of Lewis is an older building. Obviously, it was originally designed by GMB, and now they're at the point that the police are busting at the seams and saying, we want out and we want our own building. So we've done many renovations to their city hall inside to get them more space, and we're looking at other buildings for the police station to move into. We're also looking at land opportunities to build new for them. So we've been working with Anne Marie Townsend and how to facilitate that for their police department, because it's, you know, it's a long time coming. They're ready to move out. We have other projects with the town of Lewis too. We do all of their civil engineering work, their road structure work. We've done all of their public bathrooms. We've done a lot of structural renovation projects to their historic buildings as well. So we are very familiar with the work in Delaware. This is another one. This is a project that's ongoing right now. So I don't have a finished picture, but if anyone knows the town of Laurel, they are also definitely in need. Their police station is looking to move out of their town hall and move into the Dunbar Elementary School. So that's a pretty tall order task, given that's a building that has been not occupied for a very long time. So having said that, how do we do that? How do we use that existing space and turn it into a police department? So this is the programming work that we've done with their police chief. And one thing I wanted to mention on this that was maybe lacking from the other presentation that you saw before us was that there is a requirement for the adult cells to be completely separated from the child cells. You can't even walk by them, meaning you can't take a child and walk them in front of someone on a booking chair or in front of the adult cells. It is illegal. So having said that, that takes more space in the floor plan to create a separate cell that's completely separate booking area, completely separate bathroom from the adult cells. So that's something that we worked through with the Laurel Police Chief to make sure that this project has that. The other piece I wanted to mention that was missing from your previous presentation is the fact that the fire marshal requires, you know, we do know that the Delaware State Fire Marshal has their own regulations that are much higher than anywhere else in our country. The Delaware State Fire regulations are harder to meet than the NFPA, which is, you know, what we normally do for fire regulations. Having said that, Dwayne Fox gets what Dwayne Fox wants, and we make sure that we give it to him, right? So the first thing that we did on this project was meet with him, and he came and told us what exactly he was gonna allow for this. The one thing you'll see when we get to your project is that the holding cells for your police station are required to be on your fire lane access. You did not see that in your previous submission. That means they have to have an exterior wall that is right on the fire lane access. Should those, God forbid, cells start burning, how do you get those inmates out of those cells? It has to be on an exterior wall. It has to be on that fire lane. That is a Delaware State Fire Regulation requirement. So I wanted to mention a couple of those things that we've learned in doing these projects. Okay, so this one is a very interesting project if anyone knows Newcastle. Newcastle has approached GMB to do a whole master site plan campus. So this is also a little bit nicer because they have all this land. You guys don't have as much property, but it is a good one to highlight because they have the same situations that you do, in the sense that all municipal architecture, all buildings have to be essential facilities. They have to be raised, they have to meet your requirements for a shelter per se. That's essentially the code requirements for that, for both the police and their municipal functions. The police is not in this building, but Newark has two different municipalities that has to work together. They have the county and the city, and they're all going to be in the same building. So I wanted to highlight this project because they wanted a presence, which you guys talked about in some of your comments before. They wanted a front door entry that everyone felt like they could come into, and then they could choose, the public could choose whether they go to the city or to the county. And they also wanted to have a drive-up window for people to pay bills. They also wanted to have that opportunity to be secure in that lobby. So we kind of walked through some of those discussions in this project, which is, you know, interesting to highlight here as well. Okay, so part of that project was your council chambers. So at Newcastle, we looked at how big does the council chambers really need to be? Does that fit in the program that they're telling us? How many people do you need to seat? How many council members are going to sit at the front? The requirements for the audio, the visual, all of that. The one thing I wanted to highlight here, since we've already done this example for Newcastle, was that anytime you have over 50 people in one room, you have to have an outside exit that egresses directly to the outside. So in your previous example that you saw lot lines directly all the way pushed out to your property line. That would make it difficult for people to egress out to a fire lane access, because anytime you have over 50 people, you have to have, again, a way for them to get out in a fire. Okay, so this is a Sussex County project. I highlighted this. This is Seaford EMS that was just recently completed. The reason why I highlighted this is that we were able to work with Sussex County and their EMS staff, Robert Schoonover, to actually go through with them. How long does it take for their police vehicle to get out on the street from the entry or the exit that we're providing them to get to that emergency? There's a direct requirement to be within under a number of minutes for them to serve their community. So this was part of our project that we did that from a civil standpoint that we have in-house. Where do we put that entry and how fast can we get out of the building with those vehicles? So that was a great project that we can give you that same service from GMB moving forward. And you'll see that we've given another option for exiting the building from a police standpoint directly on to Route 1 from the existing exit there now. Okay, so this project's not built now. I think you guys all know your neighbor, South Bethany. So we were lucky enough to work with Maureen Thompson in helping her with her funding assistance. We work with a lot of different funding agencies, not just FEMA. She got a grant for increasing their security at Town Hall. So we worked with their funding assistant agency to double that funds to make sure that it didn't have to use prevailing wages, because essentially that's 30% of your cost right there, right? So she was able, with our help, to not have to do those things. And we bid this project and it's just been awarded to Harkins, local contractor, and it's under budget. So it's just wanting to highlight that not only do we do the architecture and engineering, but we are able to do the funding assistance with you as well to secure those grants and then to apply them in the bidding documents to make sure that those bidding documents include all of the necessary documentation so that those contractors know exactly what they have to provide by way of receipts or submissions, whether it has to be prevailing wages, union, what have you. Hopefully we won't have to go that route as well, but it's just a conversation that we need to have. So that leads into this is the funding agency programs that we've definitely worked with. A lot of the ones that I see right now are the community block grants that are available, the Bay Trust, USDA, Chesapeake Bay program, the Fish and Wildlife. So there's a lot more out there than just FEMA that's available to you guys to get as much, bang for your buck on your project. So I just wanted to let you know that GMB is happy to work with you. So I'm going to segue into the part of the presentation that's directly geared towards your project. But I did want to show an example of a cost estimate that we've done on a different project. This is a very small project, so don't look at the price tag at the end. What's really important here is that we look at the project at 3 distinct portions of design to make sure you're not over budget, to make sure that we are in line. We do that at 30%, which is schematic design. We do that at 60%, which is design development, and we do it at 90%, which is your construction documentation phase. All of those give us a stopgap to make sure that your project hasn't gone exponentially off the rails somewhere, so that you're not having to redo the design. So it's a check and balance to make sure that the design and what you've asked for, which everyone wants the Taj Mahal, you know, do we stop and say, oh, holy cow, we can't have the Taj Mahal. We need to start reeling in at 30, 60, 90, so that you're not having to pay for our services over again. So that's part of our services that we would provide to you. So that's going to lead into our vision, and I'm going to hand it over to Dean to allow him to talk a little bit about what we've created.
Great. Thank you, Morgan. And thank you, guys. As Morgan mentioned, my name is Dean Townsend. I am the architectural designer with GMB, Architects and Engineers, and this will be going into my 6th year with the company. And as she touched on a lot of the previous projects I was also involved with too, helping throughout that design process, as well as evaluation reports and feasibilities for those buildings. So going into this vision, what we came up with you guys, first of all, thank you for providing, sorry, wrong way. Thank you for providing us with the trajectory of the program that you guys have in mind, which you're envisioning for your town hall and police department. Having said that, we did start off with a very early phase of actually implementing our civil engineers to help laying out the site work for you guys and being able to allocate or assess what we can allocate on your site. So just to walk you through what we're looking on the screen, this is looking at the 3 properties you currently have. If you see the banana cream yellow buildings, those are all your neighboring properties, as well as the one that's to the left side of your screen, which is the current town hall that you guys currently have. The dashed on the right-hand side to the northernmost property is the one that will be removed. But needless to say, the point I want to convey is with the program that you guys provided us, as well as assessing the allocation, how you guys want to see it on the floors, there's very much a strong allocation of all the police department programs to the lowest level, with a small portion of the lobby that would be shared by all, as well as the town hall programs above. Once we really assessed it with the size of the property and trying to make you guys respectful and honest neighbors for all the neighboring properties, we're running into a situation where really that program really wanted to be around the 68%, if not higher, for the actual percentage of that footprint of your property, which come in about 9,000 square feet. Realistically, if you guys are good neighbors, we're only working with the max footprint about 7,300 square feet. So needless to say, we did realize there is a very severe challenge, especially trying to allocate all those programs onto your site, but still being respectful for everyone nearby to you as well. So with that, we did rework it just a little bit. We still acknowledge and respect the fact that the vast majority of the police department programs would stay at the lowest level, but then we would actually allocate a lot of the offices and the community spaces to the floors above with the rest of the town hall. We'll get into that to the next slide, but I do want to acknowledge the fact that we did redistribute accordingly to that scheme. We still have honored the actual shared lobby space, which is the yellow block that we're seeing on the screen. The blue represents the vast majority of the police department space, as well as acknowledging the fact we know your guys' parking is tight. So we did try to preserve as much parking that you have as possible on the site, adding 2 more additional spaces than what you currently have, and even consideration for the actual parking below. We'll get to that in a future slide, but just wanted to bring this to your attention.
That's a much larger document. Yes, that one. It should look like that one, really. It's large.
Should be the last page.
But we wanted to do that because I needed light attention to see it. So
Thank you.
So allocating the programs on the site accordingly. We still provided the buffer, maintained the building footprint within all your setbacks, and still respecting or even tailoring to the request of actually fronting your building more or less to coastal highway, but also providing some protection overhead. We'll get into that later too, but I just want to show you this. This is then looking at the second floor, how we have redistributed those programs. And of course, as you look at those spreadsheets we have in front of you, The font in blue represents the police department related programs that you guys had broken out specifically, and then all the ones in orange represents the town hall programs.
So I wanted to mention a couple of things on the program. We purposely did not do an actual room by room layout of a program. We feel that that is best suited to the person that gets this job to do that individually. GMB's programming meets with all of the stakeholders that we have in the building to individually create the same document that Bill had already was nice enough to give us so that we can go through that layout with you. It's our experience that the first shot is not going to be what you end up with, that we need to do that several times with you to make sure that the circulation is correct, that the flexible space that can be used by both departments, which would be a potential cost savings to reduce the square footage, all of those things. So this was done more of a whole entire square footage allocation than a permanent square footage. And one thing I did want to mention from your previous conversation is that it's our experience that Wayne Fox of the Delaware State Fire Marshal is not going to accept those, what are they called, zero industries flood barriers at the door. Essentially, an essential facility requires your building to be operational in its door. It's a liability to the town to have someone in that building and not be able to get out in an emergency building. That would be the fire marshal stance. I can't imagine to have actual workers from this town inside the building that can't get out and only have one means of egress to do that. The other conversation I wanted to say is the Delaware State Fire Marshal also requires exteriors fully covered if you use them. The reason why is they get snow and ice. That is also a liability to town. For someone to fall on those exterior stairs, who's going to pay the bill for that? So if we have not chosen to do that, so you'll see in the presentation design that we chose to cover that and then put it all in the exterior program. We're not showing a lobby at zero. We understood from our conversation with Dawn and with Bill that you would have some form of receptionist on the ground level to receive people, whether it be from the police department.
Question for you.
Yes, sir.
The square footage allocations, when we did our program, we kind of took, like, that's what we describe almost as a guess, for areas. So I just, because my memory fails me, did you use those figures or did you say, hey, wait a minute, best practices, these are the numbers we should be using?
We did reuse your figures, and actually they're very similar to what we typically use in projects in the past. So they're actually fairly close to it.
Okay.
Where we do deviate just a little bit was the allocation of the building factor and the egress itself.
Okay.
Just we felt that the percentage, well, the percentages we provide with it are usually typical of what we have.
Lucky guess.
You guys are close, so.
So the building factor is essentially the thickness of all your walls. Circulation factor,
Right.
It's obvious circulation, and then the rest would be support services,
Okay.
NP, those items that really don't.
So as Morgan was elaborating previously about the elevation of it itself, we did assess with FEMA about the flood coastal resiliency. Brad, I'll let you speak to this too.
Good afternoon. My name is Brent Jett. I'm a professional engineer. I'm also a certified floodplain manager. I'm also a climate change professional. I'm the leader of the Coastal Resiliency Group. If you pick up the Coast Point paper this week, I've got a nice little article in there about my presentation for South Bethany for their resiliency plan. Also just completed one for Lewis in the past month or so. Given the fact that you guys are just 40 years old now and you're looking at this expenditure, you don't want to do that again in 40 years, I'm assuming. You don't want to build a 25 or 40-year building. You want to build an 80-year building. You want to have this thing here for a while. What we've learned in the past is $1 spent saves $6 down the road in the resiliency and sustainability world. Now, I'm not trying to blow your budget out right now. We understand the budget. We're going to work within that. We're going to take care of you with that. But $1 now saves you $6 down the road. Sandy, we were really close to Sandy coming up to Delaware Bay. It wiggled at about 2 a.m. and ended up hitting Jersey.
Question for you.
Yes.
Just given what you said, do you think that to do an 80-year building the way you're talking about is going to be a challenge with our budget and our program?
I can't speak to that because if you would have asked me 6 months ago, I said, sure, it's not a problem.
Yeah.
But time frame now and the age and cost and inflation we live in, it's hard to tell.
Okay.
But given the process, we're not going to be bidding this in the next month anyway. So as we saw with wood prices last year, wood went tenfold and then dropped back to where it was and normalized because it had to. So you guys are in the AE5. You have a freeboard requirement. In this area, we're looking at 1.3 feet of sea level rise if you take the 50% line by 2050. FEMA maps, just like the weather, change frequently. I do not anticipate it to be a 5 in the future. I anticipate it to be a 6 or a 7. So when you look at the top, we have a finished floor proposed around 8. That will keep you FEMA ready into the future. That will keep your freeboard. Now, that elevation of 5 is a 100-year storm. What happens when we get the 500-year storm? What happens when we get the 1,000-year storm? What happens when we get what Houston got and 42 inches of rain? Because as you know, your flooding here doesn't happen from the ocean. It happens from this side of 113. It's when the back bay builds up and has nowhere to go because it has a little canal on each side to drain to get to Roosevelt Inlet or Indian River. That's where the problems come from. If you do have a flood here, this is your hive. You have to have people there. This is your nerve center. This is where you're going to be operational from. You have to have access. You have to be dry. You have to be functional. Everything else in town can kind of, but on the phone with the Weather Channel, on the phone with FEMA, operationally, you have to be here and it has to function.
Having said that, we just finished the Ocean Pines Maryland wastewater treatment operations building, and they require flood elevation.
So the hot button word right now is resiliency. To be resilient, you have to be able to process things and operate even in that time frame. So what we showed on the bottom, we've heard you about the 32-foot height. We heard you about the parking underneath, but this makes you even more resilient if you were to raise it just a little bit more and provide parking underneath.
We have
So-
to hit those waves. You have to do that.
And there's not much difference in this. When you look at the two side by side, there's not a whole lot of difference in it. And you provide all that parking underneath. So that's one of the things that we're going with resiliency now is higher freeboard, because we aren't building 20-year buildings. You know, with flood rating 2.0 coming out, the flood insurance going up, you guys have to insure this building for its lifespan. If all of a sudden we get more than 1.3 feet of sea level rise by 2050, and you're now in an AE7, and we build it to a 7, your flood insurance, you can't even manage to live in your own building because it's going to be astronomical. So we've built that in on that regard. One of the other things I wanted to touch on real quick is you see the green space that we have on the south side of the building. Okay. Okay. So the green space on the south side of the building, it's on the north side of your neighboring property. It's not going to see daylight, but we heard you about the green space. We also, I think the star of our presentation is Dwayne Fox, because we keep bringing him up. We do know him by first name. because we deal with him frequently. What we've kind of proposed here is a green space, but with what I call the honeycomb paver material to double as the fire access. In a building over 10,000 square feet, you need 50% access for the fire marshal. We have Route 1. Question is, where do we get the other to match the 50%? So we're proposing a fire lane here. It will be, we can coordinate it so it isn't inviting. It's not a come here, turn in. It will be a grassed area. You can plant it. We can also use it as the stormwater for the building there. And it makes the fire marshal happy. So you're using it for 3, 4, 5 different purposes. And at the end of the day, after building this in the Sally Port and adding on the parking, you're probably going to have more green space with a fire lane than you do now.
Can you show us exactly what it is? I'm having trouble seeing where you mean.
Yeah.
So if you look at the overhead programming, okay.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, so on that southern end, we've got like a 20-foot wide green strip there.
Okay.
All the way out
Right.
to that lot line, and that's your other 25% of the fire. That's also where we would make sure that we put cells on the first level to meet that.
Is the lower overview picture, the bottom left, is that the one with the parking underneath it?
Correct.
And what's the orientation? I'm just having trouble understanding what the orientation of that version is.
So the top image is looking directly southeast, and then the bottom image is directly northwest. So right now, you can see just off to the
Just point
side.
out one.
Yeah.
Yours, where's Coastal Highway?
Crystal Highway's right here.
Okay.
And then
Gotcha. I just couldn't quite figure it out. Thank you.
The front doors are facing south, southeast.
Southeast, which kind of mimics the front door that you have on the north side of the block. Not your building, but the private building has that. Yeah.
We can harp on the elevations that you guys just passed, but I think probably what we could do now, especially now you guys seen the 3D aerials of it. We did have some assistance with our GS surveying crew that we have. We actually took the model of the building and we were able to actually implement onto the site itself. They did have a bit of a flyby with the scanned imagery of the nearby area. Should be able to. And so this will give you an idea of what it would look like on the site of your facility. You still have the parking in the back, secured parking beneath the green
Kept your
space.
flagpoles. Where are the flagpoles now? They're there.
I don't know if you guys need to see that again.
Yeah, one more time.
All right.
Yeah, so this approach allows anyone from the public to come into your lobby space. And you're not just using the elevator for there. So you have all three. You have 2 interior fire exit stairs, you have an interior elevator, and you have an exterior handicap ramp. So all code requirements here. The elevation here is really the question on whether or not you really want to give that extra foot, for your elevation based on Brett's conversation, or want to stay at your exact criteria. We'll say it is higher than what you saw in the previous presentation. You are right. We've had this conversation.
Yep. And from there, we'll land on the left side.
Okay, so basically YGMB, our local Sussex County knowledge. We are right now, I don't know if you guys know the emergency operations building that's going out, the 20,000 square foot addition that's going out at have all the cost data, all the bidding data from how that came in. We are perfectly fine with working within your budget to get what you need.
We advocate for the towns that we work for. We're technical experts. We have innovative ideas. We've been around for 62 years. And essentially, we do our work up front to make sure that you're not having lights. So like I said at the beginning, I live and work here. All of these guys live and work in the towns that we treat our clients like their family. Most of our clients have our cell phone numbers, and you can reach us at any time. If you saw our location close to you, we can get to you in a matter of minutes. And we're very thankful.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. David, start with you again. Do you have any questions?
I'll start at the other end because I don't know if I have it.
Okay, Mr. Barry, have any questions?
So when I look at the design, is there a Sally port as part of that? I didn't see that one in
We totally
the
forgot to
visual.
do it.
Sorry, if I can get back to it. So we did allocate a portion. Let me catch up to it. So with the ground level site plan, we did allocate a portion of it where it would be over top your existing town hall that you have there. It is correct. Yep, thank you. So we do have that portion over there allocated for your Sally port. However, there is also consideration, if we do consider the secured parking beneath, that could even serve as a function for that too, even at initial upfront level. Just a thought.
We were kind of looking at it, they're paying for this building to what it's required to be. What's an extra 2 feet? Or the Sally Port completely underneath the building. Which you're essentially having to pay.
Okay, makes sense. No, that was my only question. Thank you.
Commissioner Persinger.
Sure. Thank you for addressing some of the issues that I raised earlier. I think those were important issues. I think I heard you say that the current FEMA flood ratings are based on the 100-year flood. Is that what's the difference in terms of feet between a 100-year and a 500-year flood?
I'm not sure if they actually have a 500 fine. I haven't.
Okay.
I didn't go into the flood insurance by nighttime reading. Because you're asleep. And I usually don't get that deep into it.
It was 3 feet different in lines for the property that we looked at. We have to look at it individually on each property. So it was about a 3 foot difference. 500 foot, but my project.
Okay.
A little bit different.
Okay.
I would say probably around 2 feet here.
Mhm.
The problem is, as much of a math nerd as I am, I don't trust the FEMA model that much because they still believe the flooding comes from the ocean.
Mhm.
Here, once they get the model tighter and understand what's coming off of the land and fill in the bay, then you get a better sense of what's going on.
Are there better models to look at?
Not yet.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you.
Commissioner Gibbons?
Just to make sure that I understand the model, the south side of the building is the fire lane, also green area and extra egress, right? I'm on screen 22. Just to make sure that I
Sorry, she's a bit.
probably numbered differently.
Are you looking at site plan or this one?
This one.
At the very last one.
Oh. So we did a corner entry, right? On
Okay.
the south side, and we did do the green spaces, the fire lane access. It doesn't have to be the chip. We've also provided space, a flat roof area for the mechanical above that could also double as a rooftop garden. Depending on how. That is a more expensive construction option. We were really just trying to get green property in this kind of.
Thank you.
Anything else? Oh, so I kind of wanted to ask you the same question I asked our previous guests, which is you didn't do a floor plan, but you kind of outlined that the police program would be on the entry level and the administration program would be on the top level. And maybe it's just me, but I really kind of have a strong bent towards where the public interacts with the town, being kind of at the point of entry and being able to do that. So my question to you, and I appreciate your sensitivity to not doing a floor plan until you kind of know everything. So I'm on board with that. But my question to you is it, where would you rank it on the, you can split the police function between 2 floors and you can split the admin function between 2 floors. There's no reason why they have to be co-located. So is it more like this just makes the best sense, or do you just think it would be problematic to do it that way?
That we received, the square footage was more than double what and needed.
Okay.
So some of those functions don't even have to be together. However, it is my experience that those Delaware municipalities like the more of the interaction police functions. So I would agree with you, specifically from council chambers, for instance, having the public come in and having that on the person instead of raising that. So that's one of the reasons why I didn't go to the trouble of actually.
Thank you.
Great presentation. As I go through this, it wasn't necessarily clear as I go into, there was parking underneath. I think it's a different way of looking. Dewey always has parking issues. Roughly, from, I don't know if you did have or did any calculations or have an understanding of how many parking spots do you anticipate would be underneath? Or we'll figure that out.
It's something in the works, but preliminary investment of it, it was coming out somewhere around 20.
Okay.
Could be possible.
With the Sally Port or
Just parking.
okay, so if you put the Sally Port under there.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Mayor, I have a question. You're done.
From your experience, one of the things you highlight here is various funding programs that you've worked with in the past. What numbers have you seen in terms of that this type of a project that we would percentage-wise that we'd be coming out of pocket versus funds that are available?
My guess, especially if you phase it correctly, what I've done with municipalities is phase it so that you can use it in multiple years. And in that regard, you get to use more funding. Or I would guess at least 50%. I did put, I'm not sure if you saw the slide that has. Right now, we're seeing construction costs of $260 a square foot. Having said that, we didn't put an actual number on it. Know what the square footage is that we've asked for. So you guys can do that math as well. That number would really, in our opinion, include the site features, not just building. So that's
But would that number include furniture or just the construction?
that probably would not.
Okay,
include
so I thought,
furniture.
right.
I know I did not hit on that. Normally GMB does all of those in-house, and we can provide you as well.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, comments, commissioners?
So for the parking underneath, would the elevator go all the way? Would you also have an elevator shaft that goes down underneath?
Ideally,
Right.
yeah, that'd be the goal. Of course, we would have to look into it, how that would work, just for cold, dry,
Right.
flood.
We're talking about bringing prisoners from one
Right.
floor up to the other. Then you got to think about the security and safety of a prisoner being in an elevator with an officer. There's some real concerns. Correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Yeah, you would pretty much still be doing that even out the parking underneath, but you're still going to have to bring storage. So whether you take the elevator down or not, the way, when I had that conversation with Dawn, more sense if you do take an elevator to the ground level. To not because it's actually just the elevator, it's just the doors to get like any other condo designed in the same fashion. Could easily put a separate service elevator or just the inmates. But obviously, the Delaware State Fire Regulations state width of the stairs are required to accommodate police officers with a person minimum of 4 feet
Thanks.
We've worked on several of these in Ocean City that have similar concerns, and they even have a 2-foot, 3-foot freeboard in different areas that have elevators that go down on the parking or down on the ground floor.
Great. Well, thank you, guys. I think we're good. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
This is actually.
Where they at?
Maybe outside. I'll go.
That's it.
Not really. I mean, this is the space itself.
I personally like to see. I know there's some.
Oh, I see what you're saying. If you're heading south, you're kind of seeing the back of it. Whereas when you're heading north, you're on the other side of the road, but you see it. Design wise.
Yeah.
I don't.
I want to hear.
We have confidence.
What's your point? Ideally, it should be facing the side of the street.
Right.
Flow traffic on the side of the street that it's on. But I think they're designing you.
Have hotel, you know, not everybody have an open area where you can work.
Right.
Sure.
Or on that side.
Sorry.
I don't think they're,
Just a reminder that we are still filming. Are they here? All right, thank you. All right, we've gone through 2 of the presentations, on to the third. I believe the third is Fisher Architecture. Are they here?
Yep.
You're here? Come on up.
I'm Heather. And this is
We already have.
Keith and Lauren unfortunately can't be here today. Lauren's at her brother's wedding, and Keith had a commitment in Florida as well, but you're in good hands with me, I promise. Is everybody excited for the warm weather finally? Yes.
There's is right here.
RVE must have put a lock on our screens to keep their picture up there. Sure it was.
You guys just had 3 to look at for the last ones today.
You're the last ones.
Okay. My brother actually works at GMB, the place that just presented. He's one of their structural engineers.
Ah,
And Lauren, that's with us, just came from there.
So.
Here we
All right,
go.
you're good to go. All right.
There we go.
We all are holding our breath.
All right, so we all know why we're here at the Dewey Beach Police Town Hall and Police Station. So our quick question is why Fisher? We're local to the community. We understand the beach community, the ins and outs of town hall, of government facilities. We've got several active projects, and this is just a list of active projects we've got going on, but we've got a history of several, and we'll go through those pretty quickly because I know you care more about what we're going to do with your town hall. But some examples of what we've got going on. There we go. We're working on the Wicomico County Airport Fire Station. We've worked a great relationship with the Wicomico Airport. This is just their fire station. We're helping them with their towers, with their drone hangars, with their snow removal facilities. So quite a few coordination items with several government agencies to assist them in this area. This quick example, we write that it's undisclosed because we didn't want to give it away, but it's a example of how multiple agencies had to be programmed into one facility with shared amenities. This one in particular was Gang Enforcement Unit, Narcotics Task Force, and the Eastern Shore Info Center. So we had to find a way to make it a secure facility for everyone's safety, lots of checkpoints along the way, places where they could convene, where they could do public presentations, but also keep all of their investigations and their data secure in here. So this we thought kind of related to what we have going on. Some more examples. This is more so of emergency service work. We worked on Shore Regional Health. That one's located on 404 in Denton. I don't know if anyone happens to pass that. Kent County EMS Station, that one's almost wrapped up on Route 8 in Dover. And then the Wicomico Emergency Radio Station, that's right on Naylor Mill in Salisbury. And that one's actually completed. 2014, we did the Wicomico State's Attorney's Office. This one, another coordination of inmates, bringing people in, keeping them away from children or anyone that has been affected. Having the state's attorney's office separated as well. We also have examples of working with USDA and ICE and the holding cells and interview coordination with them. And then these I'm sure you guys are super familiar with. A lot of the restaurants we work with, Sodell, and there's Crooked Hammock, Taco Rijo, just illustrating how we're within the community. As far as key personnel, unfortunately, Keith and Lauren aren't here today. Got me. But this illustrates that you've got 3 lead architects that are going to be on the project. Keith, Lauren, and I are all licensed architects in the state of Delaware and Maryland, and multiple locations. Abby would function as your project manager, so she would do the day-to-day coordination with consultants and the drafting and working with the team. And then you'd have Keith, Lauren, and I being the representation in front of everyone, doing the public meetings, communicating with the end user. Organizational chart, you would mainly have Lauren and I leading it to communicate down to the team. This is meant to illustrate that we're willing to work with any consultant. We have great relationships with Pannoni and Lane as civil, RMF and GITE for MEP, Pilot Town, and McIntosh for structural. But on projects like this, if you've got someone that you are more comfortable with, we're always open to coordinating with anyone. This slide just goes through all of our phases. We utilize these phases as a check and balance. So schematic design is where we would work with you, relook at the program that we've all discussed, and I'll get into that again also. But talking about the program, talking about the elevations, making any preliminary presentations such as this would be part of that schematic design. And then at each phase, we have that check and balance of, are we making sure we're paying attention to costs? Are we making sure that we're paying attention to schedule? When we get into design development, that's when we start coordinating with our MEP designers and our structural designers, and we make the decisions on, is this the best mechanical system for long-term? Are these the best materials to use for maintenance and long-term? And then everything tying back to cost estimates. This just illustrates, we use a program called Revit. Instead of the old-fashioned AutoCAD or hand drawing. I've done it all. When I was 10 years old, I was hand drawing for my uncle. So I've done it all, but we do Revit now. And Revit allows us to implement all of those mechanical systems, all of the plumbing systems, electrical systems, structural systems, make sure that we don't have any conflicts. So during that design development phase, we're able to make sure that the building's going to function the way you want it. You don't have any issues with ceiling heights. This is the program that you gave us, but as well as from our experience, we've embellished on it a little bit, making sure that some of the projects that I gave you examples of, making sure that there's communal spaces that can be utilized for multiple things. So, shared spaces. This is the site we're all familiar with. You've got Coastal and Rodney at the bottom. Back to that slide. You've got the existing building on the left and on Coastal. And our purpose for placing our building where we have it is so that that existing building can stay where we currently show the parking lot. So while this is being built, it's about 10 feet away from where your existing building is. That way you can keep those functions going while this is under construction. We want to make sure that we have a strong presence on Coastal Highway while also pulling pedestrians and the public off of that highway. So what you see here are arrows showing all of the entry points that we have. Pedestrian access being the red arrows. So off of Coastal Highway, someone could come down off of the sidewalk and enter where we have it noted as the town hall lobby with elevator and stair. That would be where they go to access all of the town functions. And I'll get into those floor plans in a minute. Or you can have someone come off of Rodney, park in the parking lot, and they can either enter the same place where we have this beautiful courtyard where it's notated as landscaping at the bottom. It's about 15 to 20 feet deep. It gives people a sense of presence. We can have all kinds of artwork and guiding things along that landscaping, not just landscaping itself, to let people know, hey, we're in the town of Dewey. Up by the police lobby, we also have another entry, and I'll get into the floor plan, but that's where the public can also access. And then finally, as you head up the parking lot where it says Sallyport fenced area, that's where your police can come bring in someone that's committed a crime, and they can safely enter the building there secure away from the actual public. Something to note on here, there's a little red outline on here that represents the building setback. We've made sure to stay within that. The roof of the Sallyport actually goes all the way to the building property line. Yeah, goes all the way to the building property line. And I know there were some discussions, that little top corner in the northwest that's cut off, of possibly incorporating that into the project. So if we were to incorporate that, there wouldn't be the issues of the roof from the Sallyport being within the setback, and then we could also utilize that space that's listed on the side for wash bays, additional Sallyport areas, adding some more program for the police. And I know I caught the tail end of the GMB presentation, but we actually came up with floor plans. Obviously, we're going to work with your team to make adjustments along the way since we don't know all of the details, but we thought it'd be nice to just come up with something, put it on a page so that we can start to discuss it if we're awarded the project. So this main ground level floor plan is all about the police administration and inmate area. That's the main function on this level. So if someone were to come in through the Sallyport, they would enter the door towards processing. We've made it a dual purpose where it says dispatch. They can be entered for processing as well as the dispatch area. Someone that's committed a crime would then sit where it says benches and lockers above. And then we've kept the juvenile holding just above that. So that little area is just the temporary holding area while you're being processed. Then someone would be, not you guys, and someone that's committed a crime is being processed. Then they would go into the DUI area or the holding cells that are just to the right of that. The RR represents restrooms. So there's a restroom in DUI. There's a restroom off of the hall for someone from the holding cell to be able to utilize. And then if you continue on down the corridor from processing, it heads to the open offices for all of your officers. That would be a secured area for them to get behind. They're able to look at Coastal Highway, able to look north. And then the whole edge along the right of the plan and bottom of the plan, also in light blue, those are for the administrative offices. They're bathrooms away from the public use. But it allows them to use double duty for all of the other amenities you see here. So if I start with the police entry in yellow off to the left, yep. That's an entry for the public, and that's how we allow the public to enter the building. They can possibly pay their parking tickets at the parking office where you've got that little sliding window there. They can wait in the public lobby if they're going to go to Alderman's Court. In regards to the Alderman's Court, we've got it designed so that there's 2 ways out for the judge for security, and the second entrance being directly across from the judge's office so that they can go into there. And then in the bottom left corner, you see the parking office, and I hinted on it a minute ago. We placed it in this corner so that if someone's coming to pay a parking ticket, there's the opportunity to immediately access it from the exterior. They don't have to come into the building.
Question for you.
Yes.
So Route 1 would be along the right-hand side?
Yes.
Okay, so there would be like a walkway from Route 1
Yes.
to the middle of the building and then in that way. I'm just trying to get the bearings of that.
Yeah, so where it says first floor, that's that open courtyard that was shown in the other way, in this previous image where it has the.
Yeah, so you're walking in
landscaping
behind
side.
those 2 houses that are there.
Yes, yeah, and it's pretty open in area, 15 feet at the pinch point, 20 feet in the other portion.
Okay.
And then the final aspect here is the other public entry where we say town entry. Someone could enter here into this grand lobby, 2-story. We'll have a display wall so that you can show hints to the history of Dewey as well as wayfinding on this wall so that people know where they're going. And then we've also got the elevator there for access. Up on the next level, this is more of the governmental areas. So you come up the stair or get off the elevator and we've got this grand town lobby. This can be utilized for if someone's waiting to go into the assembly room, if someone's waiting to meet with the code official, if someone wants to meet the town manager. But you've got the reception just above that. So if someone's lost, has any questions, the receptionist is right there looking at the stairway, looking into the lobby to be able to help guide anyone if any of those wayfinding suggestions don't help. This can also be a breakout area if you have a large assembly. Like for today, the other firms waiting could be waiting in the town lobby instead of being in the main presentation area if you preferred. The connection to the assembly room in yellow, that would be where you have all of your main meetings. We've got the staff break room directly off of that for the opportunity of catering. If you have any kind of event that wants to utilize the space, it can also be catered directly out of that kitchen. Moving back to all of the areas that are like a light pink red area. If I look in the bottom right, you've got your building code official, your seasonal work area, your code enforcement. It is intentional to have the building code official have a nice corner office so that they love the architect design for them to be there. Town manager also has that amenity. But there's also just above that, we call it a commissioners conference area. So this could be for smaller meetings where we need to meet with several officials, but it doesn't require such a large space such as the assembly room. And this can be utilized by multiple people. Above that, you've got the town clerk, the meeting space, the town manager, open office, and accounting, so that all of those important areas can communicate. And then in the blue, we purposely placed the police archives and police files right off the staircase so that they're up and away off the first level where all of that program we felt needed to be on the ground level can be there. And then this can be stored safely away for just police access. Another key point is everything off of that town lobby, say you have a meeting late at night that just needs to be in the yellow room, that's assembly room, you can lock off all of the other spaces so that the public can't get access to those, and you can just have the town lobby and assembly room open. And then the final floor plan would be the third floor. We wanted to make sure we showed that it is possible. When I get into the renderings, this would be more of the modern facility. All of the walls around the perimeter are about 9 feet tall. It's a pretty huge space, 3,000 square feet that you can expand into. If you choose to make the spaces that we put the program into on the ground floor larger, we can immediately expand into this area. But we've planned for egress, 2 sets of stairs, planned for mechanical space. So we've put thought into all of these elements just to give at least a starting point for everyone to begin to think about. As we do our design, we constantly think of schedule, your cost and budget, and we're constantly communicating. We make sure to communicate with contractors, the owner, our cost estimator about all the things that could affect it. I mean, in this day, we've got the COVID affecting the price of everything. So we may find out 1 week that something's the best way to proceed. And then 2 weeks later, the contractor or cost estimator lets us know that that's going to have like a 6-week lead time and that's going to mess us up with the project. We can constantly have that moving target, and our team can work with that. Outlined here are just a few things that we know could affect cost and schedule. For example, the accessibility review board, we're going to have to make sure that we incorporate that into our schedule because their review takes a little bit of time. Making sure that we coordinate with security, not only talking to the client about what their needs are, the police what their needs are as far as secure access, but also talking to who would be supplying that, and again, their lead times on those kind of products. This just gives a little bit of illustration of ways to help with the cost and schedule. But the pedestrian alley, the wayfinding, that can all assist so that the person that's manning the reception desk isn't constantly having to help someone with questions. There can be wayfinding and artwork about Dewey to guide those people. Lots of signage, and then the mural wall, that's kind of our take of what could possibly be at that ground level as you enter to head towards the upstairs. So this one was our attempt of the coastal design. It gives a great street presence, large signage to let people know that it's the town of Dewey Beach. We were cost conscious about materials in this one, so you can go with something that's got the longevity of a hardy plank with low maintenance. You can do vinyl, or you can do actual cedar shake, and that's a constant communication that we'll have about schedule and time with the end user. Do they see themselves, if they want to do actual cedar shake, do they see themselves replacing it every several years or do they want something low maintenance like vinyl? This one also illustrates a lot of vinyl siding in the blues and the whites. We've got some beautiful white accents of the white trim, the Bermuda shutters, and then the accent of some copper roofing. One thing I do want to point out on this, we were conscious of the FEMA flood elevations. We're about a flood elevation 4. We need to be at 6. So the purpose of that, what we call a courtyard, you could taper up, and that's why the building entrance is kind of midway of that courtyard, so that you can taper up the 2 feet that you need to be to get yourself above the flood elevation. And then this just being that back area, illustrating the gate for the Sally Port, what we suggest there, the entrance for the public off of that edge, and then again the materials suggested. And then this is our modern take. In our experience, the coastal designs are starting to lean more towards this modern look, having some hard surfaces at the base. In this one, we illustrated some white brick being timeless. You still have your large signage. We still use the same color combination. And this option, though, it allows a lot of natural light in that main entry. So you see all of the glass That's at that open staircase that connects the 3 levels right near where you see the signage for town hall. And then this being that back edge, again, the hardy plank siding, the hard surfaces at the base. Next thing, we actually did get a cost analysis. So there are a few key things in here. We've broken it out as the 2-story, and then if you were to add the 3rd floor. In our analysis, we're assuming it's probably best to go with doing the 3rd floor, even if you just finish it off with the shell. This cost analysis came up with $415 a square foot. It's only $600,000 more to add that 3rd floor. So depending on your budget, that seems like a way to go. But I know there's that huge shock of, oh my gosh, it's $6 million. And we pay attention to this as we go. The masonry was a huge line item. That's something we can discuss materials and availability and take that out. Talking about equipment, once we have discussions with you, is there equipment that you're going to reuse so that doesn't have to be something considered? Your security, $250,000. Do you have a vendor that you want to use that's more cost conscious and knows your needs? And then there's always contingency. There's almost $1 million in contingency based on this cost analysis, and all of that as we do the checks and balances of schematic design development, construction documents, every single phase, we're checking the cost, and we're bringing these numbers in to make it more realistic for your project and finding ways to always help you save.
A quick question. I noticed FF&E isn't included in that. Do you have any rough ballpark what we should plan for that?
We can certainly start to coordinate that for you. I think he did put it in here. He just didn't necessarily break it down as well as he should have. This final one just shows the percentage of where each of your spaces are allocated. So in this breakdown, it shows that all of your police areas makes up 35% of your square footage. And it just helps you to make the decisions of, do we want to allocate 35% of this facility towards the police? Is that enough? Do we want to make that larger? And the same thing for any of the government areas. If any adjustments need to be made, if you realize that the secure circulation that serves dual purposes is eating in too much to your square footage, all of these numbers help to adjust those decisions as we go. And that's it for me. Are there any questions?
All right. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Persinger.
So I guess I'll say consistent with the questions I've been asking the other 2 firms too, with respect to flood elevation. What's your understanding of what the elevation requirements are for this?
So in our preliminary research, it needs to be at a 6 and the grades around it are about a 4. So we need to grade up to be at just about 2 feet. And with the 1 inch per foot adjustment, that would be, if you were to do ramps, that would be like a 24-foot ramp. But we're going to make it a much more graceful slope so that it seems intentional to get to the door.
Okay, and the 6 feet is based on, is that?
FEMA.
That's the FEMA requirement. You considered our freeboard and
Yeah. Lauren did all of that research and realized the 6.
okay, all right. I think that's all I have right now.
Commissioner Gibbings?
So you're talking, to follow up with Commissioner Persinger. So in the front of the building, which faces south, you're talking about a grade like this to get to the door, so it's a 0 entry.
Mhm.
And then what about the police entrance on this side?
Our plan is to coordinate the grades through the parking lot so that you have the same situation.
Okay. And we learned recently about cells needing to be on fire lane exits. We might have to make some adjustments.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrow?
The backside of that. So just from if you go back up pedestrian alley, that'll be open from the Route 1 all the way to the parking in the back, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is that windows all along that side there?
Yeah, along the alleyway side, the
Facing
courtyard
that
side.
house, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you come back, so the Sally Port's here. I'm just trying to get this all mapped out. So the Sally Port's there. That looks like a pretty wide lot back there. Is there, I don't know if you can lengthen it. What's the square footage that we have there now?
The footprint is about 6,000.
6,000, and so we're going to be at over 12,000 total square foot then, right?
Yes, yeah, she had it in.
A little over 13. We're 17 with the third floor.
She had 17 with the third floor, 17 now.
Okay. Oh, thank you. There it goes. Yeah, total set, almost 18,000.
Yep.
Okay.
Anything else?
Thank you. That's it.
Mr. Jazinski.
I don't have anything else. Surprise, I'm usually not that way.
No, I didn't. You're not. That's why I'm surprised. One of the things that we talked about is, is having really the entryway on the front. You guys chose to go on the side. Is it because of the parking lot in the back and just
When you
central
say
way
front, meaning coastal?
facing Highway 1? Yeah.
Mainly for public safety, to get everyone off of the highway so that they can come off and see that courtyard that welcomes them into Dewey as they enter. It's also to help us with the FEMA flood elevations.
Okay. And what about time? What about timeline? I know the other firms have talked about being able to complete this in 12 months.
We're always extremely aggressive with our schedule. The phases that I outlined, it always depends on communication. So if we've got constant communication with the end user and ourselves to make sure that we're checking everything that they need, that schematic design process could be anywhere from a month to 3 months, depending on how the communication goes. But yes, easily 12 months. We've done a project like this within 6. It also depends on those agencies and their review and their schedule.
Okay. Have you had, I just want to make sure I didn't miss it. You've done police, I know you've done state's attorney's offices in other municipal buildings, but have you done police departments?
Yes. I don't know off the top of my head, but yes. It was not Easton, I don't think. But yes, we do. We do have that experience.
Okay. I don't have any other questions at this point. All right. Thank you so much for coming in and have a wonderful weekend.
You too. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right. That concludes the action item number 1 on our agenda. Jim, you awake?
You're getting smart.
All right. Number 2 on the agenda is to discuss and possibly vote to approve the hiring of an architect for services toward the building of a new town hall and police department. Now, I do recognize the fact that we have spent 2.5 hours going through this. I will acknowledge that we may not be at a position right now to make a decision on the architects, but I'd like to open it up for conversation to move things forward in terms of how the commissioners felt about those presentations, or pluses or minuses towards the firms. So who wants to start?
All right, I'll start. So I think as we go through this, I think it's important that we don't kind of get into the whole beauty contest thing, right? And that's like, you look at a design and you like it, and you say, oh, this is a great design. We really have to kind of look underneath it and look at the capability of each of the 3 firms in terms of doing this type of work. And to some extent, we're going to all have our own personal preferences, which one we like best, which ones we don't like best. But as we work with these companies, come up with the final design, to some extent, they can give us what we want, right? So my thought process is, candidly, in terms of the beauty contest aspect, I really liked what Fisher presented from a visual point of view. I thought they did an excellent job, but in terms of capability, it really seemed like Remington Vernick and GMB had that experience that we really have to have in order to do this. and in order to do this project. And I think that to be successful, we definitely want a firm that really has that municipal experience, hopefully in Delaware. The only other thing is, I guess my question is, do we want there to be more public input before we kind of go down, okay, this is kind of the overall design in which we go? I don't know if we want to do that or we don't want to do that. That's really a question. And you guys give me feedback on this. I personally think we'll have a more successful and embraced building if the public can enter it and really feel like they interact kind of at the point of entry as much as possible. It may not be possible to do it. I mean, it may just be, look, you got this much space, it's not going to work. But I guess what I want to know from my fellow commissioners and the town staff and police chief is, do you guys think that that's kind of important to try to do that? If we can find a way to do that, to have it where the public enters the building, that there's the ability to kind of conduct business with the town rather than having to go upstairs.
Okay. Commissioner Gibbons.
I agree about that need. This is not just town hall, but sort of town home is what I've been thinking about. And that's one of the reasons that I had a preference for the entrance on Coastal Highway, because it's like highway welcoming, which in terms of design, that's what the Remington folks gave us. But I like the idea of keeping it local, which GMB can do. And I really thought that GMB had a lot of knowledge about particulars that we needed to follow in our designs that I didn't know about. And I didn't hear other people mentioning them, and perhaps they didn't show them in their designs either. But I would love if there was, I know that our current entrance is so very, very crowded, but some way that you could come in and feel like you're not walking into the police station, but you're walking into town hall.
Right.
That's a consolidated space. And that the entrance could be welcoming from the Coastal Highway. I know that GMB tried to mirror what the Grotto Pizza law office thing was, but in that way, it's turning its back on the city, the town. The front door is as you're leaving town instead of coming in. So just, yes, I want it to feel welcoming, and I want to make sure we do it with all the codes.
Yeah. Commissioner Persinger.
Yeah, for me, I mean, I agree with Commissioner Jasinski to some degree that, whoever we decide on, there's kind of a shell of the building, and, we can really get them to design what we want them, what we want to have in the building. I don't know the importance of having the police facility on the first floor versus the second floor. I mean, the police department's been dealing with mostly, marching prisoners upstairs for the last umpteen years. So I don't know how much of a problem that is for you, and if you're trying to solve it. So I leave that to other people. The biggest issue for me is making sure that we have a building that is designed to last, that's going to be there for the next 20, 30, 40 years, certainly not 20 years. And that really does need to take into consideration the effect of the water coming to get us. And we've really got to make sure that this is not only at the minimal level that is required by FEMA, and then maybe even in addition to a freeboard, but let's go beyond that. For me, among the three presentations, there's a clear choice for me, and I won't express that at the moment if we're not going that far. But there is a clear choice for me.
Commissioner Bauer.
Well, I think back, I mean, just trying to digest everything in a short period of time here. I like the overall design that Fisher did, just from the eyeball test, right? Beauty contest. Do I like that look of it? But I didn't like the side of it, because when you look out your front door, you're going to be looking at the back of someone's house. That's not, that's no curb appeal to it. And then, like what Elizabeth was saying, that, the welcoming part of it. So I'm trying to, relate this to what we have now. We come in, we have two doors. We have a police department on the right and administration on the left, and a bunch of stuff in the middle that, no one really sees. We really need one door and a lobby, and, you need to go to the left for prisoners. There should be that, that other door that you come in the back. That shouldn't be the front. You're not coming in the front door parading somebody in that just got arrested, right? So you're going to bring them in the back. But I think you can divide it in such a way that you can have some administration, like when people, what's the biggest thing we deal with in the last month? Parking passes, right? how do we make that easy for people to get that parking pass? So I come in, go up the elevator, second floor, make a left. No. Maybe a drive-through, there's somebody at a window handing it out to you. Just, there should be an easy way to accommodate that. But, I guess this is us, if we can pick the architect that we trust the most. And I'm sure they can put a door here, they can put a door there, they can put the lobby here versus here, turn the building this way. So, and I think, we can get by, get through that. Now, GMB's presentation, what I liked about that was I think they know what the codes are pretty well. There wasn't a whole lot of specifics of what they said, but they do know what those codes are and working with the fire and all that. So I think there's some benefits to their presentation as well that was differentiated against the other ones. And then the first one, Remington Vernick, what do we call that? We call it the Remington Vernick proposal. I like that design as well. I like the front door in the car. It sort of looks like, yeah, that's how it's supposed to, it made sense, the layout of that, of what they put together. The fact they've done a lot of police departments, just not around us. I guess that's a plus and a minus. So I'm really weighing a lot of pros and cons of, each one has their own specific benefits. Yeah, but if we're basing it on the beauty pageant perspective, like I sort of like this layout, but I like the other design, Fisher's design, Fisher's material, the exterior part of it. And I do think we have to, maybe build out with too many rooms. The trend has been over the last 10, 15 years of that open floor plan. You put up, we were talking in between presentations there, and police work, yeah, you're going to need evidence rooms. You're going to need, there's definite needs for all that, but more open space, which will probably end up saving us money down the road too, because now you're not constructing walls that you may want to tear down later, and not everybody's working in a silo anymore. Everybody's working together.
Thank you, Commissioner Bauer. I'll just give my 2 cents, and then we'll see if we can move this forward or if we're in a standstill. I try to look at to piece out the negative elements and how to affect it. When I look at Fisher, I think they did an incredible job of designing something. But when I look at the properties they put forth, it was restaurants and things that we're familiar with, like Thompson Island. And even when I saw the renderings, it looked, to me, the first time I saw it, it reminded me of the building that's out on Route 1 North that has the beef jerky place. It reminded me of a retail spot, which may not be a bad thing if you're looking for a town home versus town hall, but it's a concern for me for not having as much police department backing and having an undisclosed sheriff's office. To me, that was a kind of a little bit of warning. Like the design, just concerned. On the other side of it, our Remington Vernick, I think Gary asked some great questions in terms of our resiliency, in terms of, from a flood capacity. And I understand what they had thrown out. Now, just to say that GMB did have the opportunity of sitting here and listening and understanding and taking notes on how to possibly address it when it came to you. So it's, and with GMB, I also, from a look perspective, I agree with Commissioner Gibbons. It's almost like turning the back on the town, having it in the corner. Maybe that wasn't, maybe it is just moving it a little bit this way changes things. And it was neat for them having the parking underneath. Also was something that we had not thought about, but it's always something that we can use, whether it's the police vehicles, whether it's, the people upstairs, not necessarily for the public, but to have the parking. So I liked all 3 presentations. I don't know how we, I'll offer out to the commissioners, and I also want to hear from you guys, from your perspective. But, how do we go from 3 to 1? If we go 3 to 1 today, or what other information are we really going to need to do that? But
I can add one more thing on the Remington Vernick one. The outdoor space, I don't view that as function. All those.
I view that as a risk.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest, I think it's a risk.
Decorative.
It's
You
decorative.
can't get into the building from it.
Right.
It's to get you out of
I don't see people hanging out, I'm going to walk
No,
outside for a little while.
I like the look only because I like decks.
Yeah.
But I could have sworn that there was a way to get in here, like there's doors.
Well, he
They're
said key card
locked.
access.
Right.
Because you,
Right.
security, you can't let the
Right.
general public go through that door.
Right.
Hey, don't be still.
Go ahead, sir.
Chief, what do you think?
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right, I'll give you my honest opinion and, I want to go off to, Commissioner Persinger and Commissioner Gibbons. I think you two hit some valid points. I've known Remington Vernick's firm for years, Chris Fazio, the grant projects, working with the town, they have been great. As I went through their presentation with them, what I like, they've got experience, and I know it's in New Jersey, but they've got the coastal, I put my emergency management hat on. They got the coastal storms. They got right up on the ocean, which we're not, that would be like taking our facility now and putting them right here on the So like in this operational spot, part, you know what I mean? And they've worked with the Corps of Engineers and they've got all that in. I really like that fact. I mean, I like the hometown, state of Delaware. I see a lot of risk with the outside, especially if we had maybe to close a business would be something maybe in the daytime for our town folks that would like to go up for review. But at nighttime, when we're releasing prisoners on a summons and they're upset or they want to throw stuff, they go right up the stairs. They don't want to come in the building, but they're standing over the railing on Route 1, yelling, carrying on. It's a place for somebody to do mischievous things if they want to. Didn't like that ideal at all. But I did like how they thought about the ballistic material. I did like how when I was the last one to leave during Sandy, we had to go, our secondary place where we went was a Holiday Inn Express. And we took our vehicles with us, but we could remote into the station. I do like how they have a plan to kind of protect their building. I couldn't confirm what GMB said. I couldn't confirm it. I just heard what they said at face value. But that would be something I'd like to see followed up on because that would be good protection for the town because that's where our danger is on that side per se, not that. Commissioner Persinger, I'll move on to GMB, but I really did like Remington Vernick. I thought they got the experience. GMB, I heard what the lady said. She mentioned all the key people. Dwayne Fox, known him for years, very good in regulatory with the Delaware State Fire Marshal's office. She called him by his real, I knew him as Bobby. Sussex County EMS. Matter of fact, our EMS is up now in Dewey. I've worked with him a lot, getting our paramedics going. She knows the local area. She knows the rules for Delaware. The two gentlemen, especially the one guy on the flood. Now, again, when we get back to Sandy, I was privileged and I know this stuff has changed, but I got to see the DEMA flood maps on this is what happens if a Cat 1 hits. If a Cat 2 hits, this is how much inundation of seawater you're going to get. And I mean, it had my eyes open because there's a lot of water coming at us. And that fella knew about it. I mean, I felt like he had a lot of knowledge on your flood questions. And when he said he could get those answers for you, it made a lot of sense. I also liked how GMB, when we moved in our new station, our station now, we had basically outgrown it when it happened. I like how he said, most of your places are 20, 25 years military in the future. I like how he said, plan 80. Not that we want to spend additional money, but think about growth. What to do if we get in there and find out, in 15 years, we're all on our own different paths and we've left them with a shell that they can't really modify or who knows, in Dewey Beach in 20 years, maybe they need, twice as many staff and I don't want to limit them there, but can they use their facility and build onto it? So I like Fisher. I do have a concern myself when it comes to a storm. Bill can tell you, we just had a little northeast wind and storm. We didn't have a full blown northeaster. I lost all the soffit off the east side of my building. We had the fence go down. I look at those windows and a full-fledged hurricane and 2x4s coming through there.
that's more of a show. But I narrowed my two down. I thought that did really good presentations was GMB and Remington Burnick. I liked how Remington Burnick come right out with a figure at us, not trying to figure square foot and all that. But, I would say as far as their presentation, those two seem to really have a pretty good idea. And I knew the references on GMB as far as calling Sussex County. I'm working with them now on our medics. So I like both of them like that, but I really like you said, on that, there's a lot of show on, I thought Remington Burn, and a lot of unnecessary on the outside, but I like how they hit that number one, our coastal storm and coastal weather. They kind of addressed that. And then they also, on our building, during the last couple of years when the world's kind of got a little different than we're all used to, I look at security, say we have an incident and say we have people throwing rocks, bottles at our building. That glass looks nice, but we need to be protected now. So like I said, those two firms, I mean, Remington Burnick went into depth and really covered stuff great for us. My thing is with an elevator, with the seasonals or any police officer, when you take a prisoner and you get in a confined space and then something goes south on you, it's just the officer and that person, and nobody can get in an elevator to them until it either opens up or whatever. And the stairwell issue about somebody falling, I just, I'm a little
So,
safety
Chief,
issue.
if I had to force your hand onto a 1, 2, 3, is your one
Number one's Remington Burnick and number two is GMB.
All right.
Just because they've got the dual, the
Got it.
storm part
Yep.
and the security part.
Town manager, Bill Zolper.
So they were given square footage that you and I and the chief reviewed. That's how they came up with what you saw and why they put a lot of the police department on the first floor, because that was the biggest areas, okay? Plus, as the chief just alluded to, bringing the prisoners in and out, least amount of steps for being confined space, the best. I thought GMD, given the questions, they did have the ability to sit here and hear from Remington first to bring those points up, but they were very familiar with what the standards are here in Sussex County and what we experience. I think the more structure that we have in this building, and it's elevated up as high as we can go without going above 32 or 35 feet. And I know the town, we can do that, but we don't want to set a poor example for our neighbors and our other folks. But I think to build a town hall the way we have to, if we have to go 1 or 2 feet above that level, I think it's acceptable. I would probably rank GMB number one if you were asking me, but I don't know what their price would be compared to Remington. We know one of them, Fisher gave us the price, right?
Well, GMB did say 250 a foot.
Yeah, I think that's way low. I think it's.
Just saying what you said.
I think that's way off base when it comes to the square foot. I think it's going to be at least 325 to 350 square foot possibly.
So you would go GMB, Reving, and then Fisher.
My issue with Remington is they build things in New Jersey. They build a lot of things after Sandy. There was a lot of money to spend after Sandy. Okay, a lot of money. I mean, they would do a good product, but I don't know how familiar they're going to be with building things in Delaware. So I like GMB, and if I had to pick one, that would be it. I don't know if I would go with another one.
Okay. All right.
Billy?
Mr. Hocker.
You'll hear from me?
Yeah, I do.
All right. All right. So I'm on the same thinking as a town manager with GMB. I think they hit everything that we're concerned about with the storms, with the flooding, with fire marshal's office, with everything that we're going to have to go through. The Remington Burnick, it was like, the Hilton, of the three, here, this is this exotic building, which it's beautiful. It works. They said, this is, we shot for the big building. This is, if you want to scale down, well, then we have to take all this fun stuff away and we'll make it a lot more simple. Where, GMB, they kind of left it up as a blank slate. You want to talk about having town hall
and or administrative and police on the same floor, looks like they could do that, just moving some rooms around. So it's very flexible with them. It seemed like that was it, and Fisher was, a little simpler. And I think those two, I think Fisher and GMB, and my last choice would be Remington Burnett.
And Mr. Mayor, would you mind asking Mr. Dedes his opinion?
I will.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I just want to make sure. So you are GMB, Fisher, Remington. Mr. Dedes, sorry, I didn't mean to wake you.
You're getting smarter every day. I've worked with Remington Burnick in the past for many years, and I've known that they always come out and put out, I think, their best effort for the town. And I haven't worked with the others. I don't know that. I would say Remington Burnick first. They're flexible. They've worked well with the town. And I would go with GMB second. Fisher just, their experience didn't come up close to what we're looking for as far as, somebody who's worked with administrative, town hall, and the police department. But I know when we met with them separately, they were all flexible to what they wanted to give a conceptual design. And I don't think we would, my sense is we're not going to hold any of them to that conceptual design, because it's going to change once we get into working out floor space and so forth. And it was a concept, and I liked all the concepts. They were all very nice. So those are my thoughts.
Okay. So I have you 1 Remington, 2 GMB, and 3 Fisher.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Question. I have to admit that my read of Remington Burnick became colored by GMB's ability to refute some of their presentation. And it made me see their presentation as much more flash and perhaps less substance. And so I'm being honest about that. Is there any way to know if that zero industries thing is okay or not okay? Because that was the one that got me. You're kidding me? This is their plan to keep us dry and safe, and we can't do it.
Right.
Is there any way to find that out?
We can find out.
You mean the barriers?
Yeah.
The barriers are acceptable. Now, whether they can go in front of the front doors, because I've talked to the building official about that, and I think Jim or Mr. Dedes can also address it, but they are acceptable here in Dewey as a barrier.
One point I'm talking about asking them is I do think in the spirit of fairness, the GMB woman from GMB presenting, she had that advantage, but more so, I think Remington Burnick heard all of that and they were polite and didn't respond to it. I think from a fairness perspective, they need to kind of get the ability to address what was aired by, for lack of a better word, their competition about their design. I mean, she could have been completely right, but we're not experts. And I think they should have the ability to respond to it.
So that would be the
I mean,
Mr.
I do not agree with that at all. I don't think any of these firms should have a second chance. I mean, I think you could verify whether the points that she made are right or not. I mean, I think Dawn could certainly look into that. I just don't think anybody gets a second chance. I mean, they put.
I'm not talking about the company presenting.
But they are. I mean, if they get a chance to respond to something another company said, we don't want that kind of back and forth. I think that is giving them a second chance. And then whatever they say, then, GMB should have the opportunity to respond to that maybe.
I'm talking about the fact-based things that like a jail cell has to be facing the exterior.
Right.
They should be able to respond and say whether that's true or not, or that was, they should be able to answer that question.
But my point is, Dawn should be able to answer that for us. That it is fact-based, so, someone should be able to verify whether or not that is a problem. So I mean, I agree we should verify it.
Right.
I just don't think we should give the firm,
Well,
RVE, an opportunity to.
I
to respond to
agree. I agree with both you guys, because I think what we should look at is what firm is going to be able to represent what Dewey Beach is and what Dewey Beach wants. We're going to make this building to code. We're going to make sure that this building has all necessary requirements in terms of floodplains and for accessibility. So that's a given. But I would like for us to, if we can, make a decision, or at least see if we can make a decision, not to have a 9-hour meeting,
Right.
But just to, if we could go through the same process that I asked the chief and lieutenant and town manager go through, can I ask the commissioners to also rank?
What are we going to be, if you're talking about making a decision, what are we actually deciding?
We are ultimately deciding what firm that we're going to hire.
So is this an authorization for funding? Is it like, how far is this decision going in terms of what we're voting on today? We're going to vote on it.
This decision is to decide upon the firm that we're going to use that will ultimately, yes.
Okay, so we previously allocated, I think, $30,000.
Yeah, each one of the firms, approximately $7,000 for each one of them.
So we paid-
For the presentations, preparing for this and meeting with Jim and I a couple different times, taking phone calls.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we're hiring one of the firms today, how much are we allocating in capital? Are we committing to? Like in
We're committing to using them for the project. So they will be the ones that managing, they'll be one coming up with the architectural designs. I think I saw some of them had in there 140. I think it's $145,000 that.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to get to is I want to understand, what are we authorizing that 150,000 in design fees? I mean, what are we actually committing to at this point? Because we haven't determined our whole funding for the whole project. So we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We need to be measured in how far we go down. Well, we're still trying to figure out how we're gonna fund this whole thing, what kind of grant money we can get. If we're potentially going to change how we do reserves, we have to look, do we want to talk to the voters or whatnot about it? I mean, there are a lot of big decisions that we're going to have to make. So I want to understand what we're really authorizing today.
My point is that we are deciding what firm that we're going to use. We're not necessarily authorizing the funding at this point in time.
Okay, so we're just doing a down select without a contract award.
Correct.
Okay.
If I could add, Mayor, so on some of the funding grants that we put into, especially one of them, we're going to have to show within a time period that we're moving forward with this, and we're going to have to be able to provide information and updates reference those grants. I understand what you're saying, that we should be taking our time in doing small steps on this, but at some point we're going to be asked, provide us some in-depth information on where you are with that project if you want to continue on with a grant from Senator Coon's office. And I don't want to miss the opportunity for something like that. I understand that we need to figure out how we're going down this road, but I think today we need to, or within the next couple of days, we need to pick which firm we want to move forward with, and then start the process with the public in designing in the police department on what floors things need to go on.
It's a great point, Bill. I mean, we have submitted, just for everyone's information, we have submitted a few grants and some data to various entities, and they are asking for costs. I mean, square footage, some plans. We have provided preliminary stuff, but there is money out there that we can utilize. It's not ours to build this.
Yeah. So I appreciate you entertaining my question. I just really wanted to understand what we're.
If I can just ask a couple of questions on it. So do I think all three architects could do a nice building for us? I do. Do I think they'd all do them the code? Well, they have to, right? I mean, they don't have a choice. The fact that you've built a police station in the past, does that mean that our police station is going to be, I hope, hopefully you've done it before, you can do it again, but how do we, I'm having a tough time sorting through, like, how do they come up with the cost per square foot? We think it's $325 to $350, and somebody says it's $250. That's a big range. That's 30% difference. So why is, maybe are we looking at it from, eventually we're going to look at cost. I mean, that's going to come into the equation of our decision of what this thing costs. So, Bill, and maybe, I mean, how do they come up with their numbers of, the cost per square? By how pretty they made it?
So
I don't know.
And Jim can add in on this. They look at material at the time that we're putting this together, the current rate of inflation, the current diesel costs, lumber, everything.
Right.
I would rather err on the 325 and up. And then when you talk about building a police station or any type of emergency management, you're talking about extra thick walls. You're talking about fire suppression systems, and some of them talked about
Right.
that have to be foam instead of a sprinkler system. Then you have to have certain type of air vents for those type of systems. So there's a lot of money that goes when you talk about a police station, what needs to be involved there, and an evidence room, what needs to be involved there, and a weapons locker room. All those things cost a lot more than if you're just building a home.
Absolutely right.
Yeah.
And we, Bill, the chief, town manager and the chief, and I, we've toured a few different facilities. We've heard numbers as high as 4.25 to 450. Okay, so per foot. Here we are looking at, roughly 12,000 square feet. We should be prepared for this to cost $6 million for everything said and done. I mean, that's the number I put in the back of my head. If it comes in under less than that, great. We'll look at the material side, but I think we're going to look at that from a budget perspective.
Yeah, so I just think we need to come up with saying, hey, Kate, we need a proposal on a $6 million project and have everybody try to fit. I mean, they have our feedback already. So I don't know how much adjustments they make on their end and how quickly they can turn around, but I understand that, the urgency of it because, we could get asked in another week saying, okay, I'd like to fund you, but do you have I need a little bit more in the concept before I give you a couple $1 million. So so we're going to have to act quickly on it.
Commissioner Barrett, do you have a 1, 2, 3?
Man,
come on.
I really don't. I really don't. I wish I did.
All right, Paul's not deciding.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Jazinski.
You have to choose, Paul.
They're all even.
I don't know how to sort through it. I really don't.
After kind of think for me, GMB is one.
Okay.
Is there a 2?
There's a 2, but there's not a 3. The 2 would be RVE.
Okay. Commissioner Gibbings?
Same.
Commissioner Persinger?
Yeah, I would put GMB first. I would put Fisher second and RVE third. I'm concerned about the flooding situation. I've seen at least one model. That's why I asked one of the presenters from GMB whether there are any better models. But I've seen one that shows a significant portion of the Bayside in just a few short years is going to be below the tide line. And there was only one company that came in here prepared to tell us the kind of building that we needed to have for the future. And I think that for me, that's a very important consideration. As we talked earlier, they can all configure rooms and decide what's best in terms of public access and where the police facility should go. But again, we need to have a structure that's going to stand the test of time and the test of water.
Well, it's clear from my notes that if we are going to possibly vote on an architect, it's not Fisher at this point in time. The way that the number ones, 5 entities have put GMB as number 1, while 3 have put Remington RVE as number 1 and 1 abstention.
Did you offer your opinion?
I looked at the findings. I felt RVE was the most prepared. It was a name that we've worked with in the past. I felt that they have, even while their drawings were structured, and maybe there was some risk in terms of the walkways. I liked their design. So mine was RV1, GMB second, and Fisher third.
Okay.
But from the information that I hear, I'm looking at the commissioners, do we want to have a motion? I need a motion if we're going to move forward on a vote.
Well, if we're at risk in terms of grants and we need to time, then it sounds like there's a majority that kind of wants GMB. And I didn't hear anyone really object to GMB. Does anyone have a big objection like that? That would be a problem?
No, I don't. My only objection on the presentation was they had listened to the prior presentations, were able to have a little bit more prepared for a few of the statements. That was my only issue. But
I'll do a motion that we select GMB as our architect.
I'll second.
To a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right,
We take 5 minutes.
absolutely. 5-minute adjourn. You want to hit pause for a second? Is that possible? We You can't do that. All right,
So
we're
we're
just gonna
still
take
live.
5, so if you're watching us, we're taking a 5-minute recess in our 6 or 7 hour meeting.
Oh, boy, we get to go for another
Yes.
several hours?
Maybe not.
Mayor,
Yes,
how long is the open public hearing going to be?
5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, because I've got Brian waiting to present on the next
Okay.
slide.
All right. want to, Chief, did you want to make a comment before we go into the next?
Yeah, to the next topic.
All right, commissioners, welcome back. 3 hours of a 6-hour meeting. Chief Macker had asked to make a few comments just based upon the last item, the action item, which is the town hall, please. So I'll give you the
Yes,
ability.
and commissioners, I wanted to let you know, and Bill can answer any questions that I have. I just wanted to let you know that I was told by Bobby, who's the logistics for Sussex County EMS, that's working with our medic station we're going to have here in Dewey. Once you guys decide who you're going to go with or your process or whatever, he asked that you please bring Sussex County on board or ask them to, fill them in, because they may be interested in contributing to an office in the new facility. And that may be an additional funding source for you folks.
Great.
So that's the way I understood our conversation to go. He goes, could you please let the mayor and council know to keep us in the loop? And we said we would. So just wanted to make sure everybody knew that Sussex County was interested in working with you guys on this.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chief. Okay, back to the agenda items. I'd like to go back up to the top for updates and announcements. I'll ask Town Manager Bill Zoper to go through his updates.
Real quick, Kate, if you could bring those up. So, with the nor'easter storm, DENREC plans on being up here the 23rd and 24th for talking to Jesse Hayden. If we go through these real quick, I just want to show you what we've been doing around town. Go ahead, Kate. Placing the stuff around the pump house on the north side with beach grass, took out the trees that were going in with the roots damaging the foundation. Next slide, please. 2 bike racks, one on Chesapeake, one on Carolina Street. We also pushed out, increasing the space down there by more than 50 feet. Go ahead. Center Island project's done. Looks great. Thanks, everybody. Work on McKinley Street has been completed. New pipes all the way from Bueno all the way down to Hayden. They had to be completely replaced. We're working with DENREC, DelDOT, Center of Bays to try to figure out who has that wetland so we can push the water out.
Now, that was part of the $478,000.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And there's some of the work that was done there. One thing I do want to make the commissioners aware of, down at Pier Point Marina, it's not our jurisdiction, it's actually DENREC's, but they have put a houseboat down there that's actually it is a houseboat. It's not like a cruiser. It is a houseboat. You'll have at least 3 people living down there at some point. And they may add 1 or 2 more of these houseboats down. So that's something I'm working with the police department, because when we get loud noise down there, our police department's going to have to respond down. But really, if there's going to be an arrest made, it should really be DENREC that makes the arrest. And I just want to make you aware of that in case you get any complaints. That's all I have there.
Reminder from an update, the accommodation tax is due on April 15th, and residential rental license are due by May 1st. We're due by May 1st. An update from my own perspective on the Alderman Court. Interviews were conducted this past week. We had several very qualified candidates come through. Discussions about the next steps with the Alderman is set for the June 3rd meeting from the commission meeting. But I just want to let you know that that's the reason why we're having that meeting. Board of Adjustments vacancy. We currently have a vacancy that needs to be filled. So from commissioner perspective, or even from town perspective, is there anyone that would be willing to take a step up? I think right now we only have 4 people on the Board of Adjustments. Is that correct? Okay.
It has to be a resident. Is that correct?
I believe it does have to be a resident. That's correct. Yes. The last thing on my before we move on to the agenda items is I wanted to publicly thank the Rehoboth Beach Volunteer Fire Department and their members that are here. They have, it seems, unfortunately, since I became mayor, we've needed them more. So hopefully that's not there's not a showing, but between the February fire on Bayard, which were able to save the other 3 townhomes that were connected and only the one that had the fire, as well as the April 16th horrendous fire that you guys that took out 3 homes. Just wanted to thank you guys from the bottom of our hearts for everything that you guys do. So Chuck Snyder, Dan Mitchell, and Warren Jones, thank you so much. Committee reports. Audit, or I'll go to Gary for.
Okay, I'll just do the ones that I have. Audit
Oh,
committee,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Would you like,
Yeah, could we bring them up for a
Oh,
photo?
yeah.
if you guys don't mind being photographed?
Chuck, I know you're the one normally taking a picture, but you're gonna have to, you have to be on this side of the camera this time.
If I could also say, there were 2 previous fires, the one the mayor talked about, there's one on the 3rd block of New Jersey Street, then there was one on either Carolina or Chicago. There's been a total of 4 fires in 1 year.
All gonna go?
We really appreciate all your response. Thank you. Ladies first.
I'll just go around.
Waist stuff, so. Why is he always wearing shorts? I don't know.
Gary,
you lost them.
There.
Here, get in front.
There we go. Did I get us all on the camera? Me, Bill.
Come on, Bill.
Come on, Bill. You bet.
Here, hold on, let me get beside you. Danny used to be my dispatcher. Let me get beside him. Took care of him for 10 years. You took care of me for all kind of days.
See you over at this.
Yeah.
See you, man.
Thanks for everything.
Good call.
There we go.
Thanks for saving us.
They keep us safe.
And the last one was horrific. No lives lost.
No lives lost.
All right. Thanks, guys. All right.
Thank you.
Back to the committee reports.
Okay,
Commissioner Persinger.
audit committee does not have a meeting scheduled at this point, but there really is no need. The audit really has just started. Charter and code meets on Monday. The climate change committee is scheduled to meet on June the 11th. And then finally, the comprehensive development plan committee is also scheduled to meet on June 11th. But the primary purpose for that, the reason that was scheduled, is so that they could have some input to the report that goes to the state, which I think is due by July 1st. And so I'm looking at our assistant town manager to ask whether or not that has even been contemplated or started at this point, or have you even gotten any kind of communication from the state about the need for that report?
You're on mute, Jim.
Yeah, you're on mute, Jim.
I have not received any information whatsoever in the report.
Okay.
I can double, I will double check. I know we submitted it. I haven't received any anything.
Well, but normally the annual update is due July 1. That has been in the past. That's what I'm talking
You're
about.
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. The last one we submitted, we got no comments. I haven't received anything. And, you know, I guess I ought to send something out to the planning commission and to the commissioners. I can send copies of what we submitted last year as a backup for it. But I haven't received anything from Dorothy Morris, who's our contact with the Plus Review Committee, as far as, you know, reminding us. But I'll be happy.
Okay.
Thank you for reminding me. I'll send it out Monday.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think there is significant progress on the plan this year. So I think we need to make sure we get that reported. Okay, that's all I had.
Great. Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you.
From a budget and finance perspective, we are in need of a chair. I have not been able to identify one, so I'll ask the community as well as the commissioners if there's anyone that you would like to see as possible the budget finance chair. I appreciate the opportunity to meet with you guys. Commissioner Jazinski.
The infrastructure committee met a week or two ago, and the Center of Inland Bays came and presented, and just their priority 1 projects in town were $3 million. All their projects in the town come up to 8, and that doesn't even include the Living Shoreline projects. So, there's clearly a tremendous amount of need. Jim kind of sent out a prioritized list of like the top 14 things he thinks we should be thinking of. But the bottom line is there's a lot of infrastructure besides getting a new town hall that the town needs. And obviously we need to kind of keep that in mind as we're looking at spending a lot of money on a town hall, that there's other needs as well. They also voted on the matching grant money that we'll be talking shortly.
Okay, wonderful. Commissioner Gibbons?
Investment committee is bringing forward a proposal that's item 6 on our agenda, and I have the chair of the committee in the waiting room when we're ready.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Bauer?
Marketing's got a bunch of good stuff happening here. Kate, if you could pop that up on the screen. So that's our new sign. It is planned to go down at the end of the little fishing pier that goes off the boardwalk. So it was delivered over to West Rehoboth the other day.
Investment committee is
We just have to mount it at this point. So hopefully we get that up there for Memorial Day weekend and everybody can get their beautiful sunset pictures taken in front of it.
If I remember correctly, this is double-sided?
Double-sided.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks great. And it's a composite material. It's almost like rubberish. So it actually move a little bit. So hopefully with stands to winds and as we talk about all these things, hopefully, right? We just have to figure out the exact location on that pier. So
how far down?
How far down? Yeah. If we go all the way to the end, if we put it in the middle, it's going to block the Christmas tree when we put that up in a few months. So.
Understood.
So we'll work it out. But and there's also some plans that we're going to try to collaborate with the Dewey Business Partnership to run some other events in the shoulder seasons that little festivals or something that brings people to town. But knowing that the businesses are the ones supporting that footing the bill. I mean, it's just our idea, but it doesn't cost us anything. But so we want to try to keep working on those. So we're not planning anything for the fall, but hopefully by next spring we could try to come up with some stuff.
Any updates on the welcome kits?
Oh, the welcome kit. Yes. Almost forgot about that. Ashley, do you want to, you don't have a sample of it, do you? No. So, in the past we used to give, when you bought a property and we welcomed you to town, we sent you a little welcome kit. It was a bag and had some things in it. So we want to bring that back. We had some that were left over. In a typical year, an average year, there's about 50 houses bought and sold each year. I know it's been an exceptional past few years, but I think eventually we need to plan that we're going to have 50 houses, give or take, every year that get sold. So this kit was about $75. Considering what we bring in for a transfer tax on these properties, I think it's a nice way to welcome everybody to town. So we don't have it budgeted. So I'm just telling you now that I think it's a good idea that if we move forward with it, that we budget for it and that should be our number. And then for those that don't have one, people that have bought houses in the last 5 years that we didn't send them anything, they're going to be available for sale. We can order some more. I don't think we want to make this retroactive since we didn't budget any of it, but I think going forward we can make it right.
Wonderful. Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Next item on the agenda is approval of minutes. This is for the April 8th, 2022 monthly town commissioners meeting minutes. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Can I have a motion for the approval of the April 2022 public hearing and special town commissioner meeting minutes? Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
All those passed unanimously. We're going to jump down to open the public hearing. Should we let Brian, you want to move 6 up to 3? Yeah.
He was going to speak for number 6. So unless we make it modify the agenda again.
I don't mind modifying if it's.
I would rather not him stay on hold forever.
Yeah, let's modify the agenda.
May I
Welcome, Brian.
Thank you.
And do I have a second for the modification? Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Brian, so number 6 on the agenda, discuss and possibly vote to approve an ordinance to amend chapter 24 of the investment policy to allow a wider selection of investments. So Investment Chair, Brian Priver, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the council as well. Thank you for having me. The investment committee met recently, and a topic of discussion over the last several meetings has been trying to amend the investment guidelines for Brown Advisory so they would have a slightly wider mandate and be able to invest in a broader array of products than otherwise permitted under the existing guidelines, as well as Chapter 24 in the town code. Fundamentally, the issue that we are running up against is that the portfolios are extremely cash heavy, which is certainly good from a conservation standpoint, but is not good from an investment standpoint. And according to Brown Advisory and our own sort of informal research, that is much more conservative than would be consistent with what other towns are doing and other not-for-profit institutions. So we have gone through the investment guidelines and updated those both for the short-term and the long-term portfolios to allow a broader array of investments. Especially in the short-term component, we would allow a modest amount of equities into the portfolio. The way we have proposed the range of equities would be that we would target an allocation of up to 20% of equities, and equities are defined pretty narrowly for the short-term component to allow only large capitalization stocks, mutual funds, and ETFs. It would exclude international and emerging markets, and it would exclude small and mid caps. So it's intended to be purposefully quite conservative. In the long-term portfolio, we have proposed to expand the mandate there as well to allow a slightly higher target of equities versus fixed income, targeting a 30-70 mix, 30% equities, 70% fixed income. And that definition would also be expanded slightly to allow not only the same equities that are permitted in the short-term portfolio, but basically all equities. So that would also allow small cap and mid cap and international investments. That's not really a change, but just a point of contrast to let you know the difference between the long-term and the short-term portfolios, what we have in mind. But the one addition that would be changed would be to allow the investment manager, Brown Advisory, to allocate up to 10% of the portfolio into less liquid securities or illiquid securities, including things like REITs or real estate investment trusts. It would not allow them to go out and buy a single piece of property, like one parcel. It would have to be a managed fund with a diverse set of assets of at least 10 different holdings. But it would allow the town to invest in these sorts of assets that tend to have a better return profile and are still quite conservatively managed, so that you can get more of a kind of a typical return that you would see in a higher yield bond portfolio. There is some risk with these investments, obviously, and that's why we have proposed to cap them at no more than 10% of the portfolio. And there are specified ranges and restrictions proposed there. So that's what we had proposed for the changes to the investment guidelines. The problem, and why we are now here before the town council, is that when I went back to look at Chapter 24, it would be broader than what Chapter 24 permits. So we are proposing that the town revise Chapter 24 to accommodate these slightly broader investments. And that's what is before you. It would specify for the short-term component that it would include equity securities defined as high-quality, large capitalization common stocks or equivalents that trade on U.S. stock exchanges, as well as large cap stock mutual funds or exchange traded funds whether index-based or actively managed, but excluding funds that focus on international or emerging markets. So as I described, it would simply allow some measure of large cap equities into the portfolio for the short component. For the long, it would make no changes in terms of the types of equities that are permitted, which again is broader than that short-term description, because it would also allow small cap and mid cap as well as international stocks. But it does also add the component that would allow real assets or less liquid or illiquid securities, which could include things like business development companies, real estate investment trusts, and the like. And that description is before you as well, with proposed language to amend Chapter 24. If that is adopted by the town, then we would immediately activate the investment guidelines for Brown Advisory, which would allow them to invest in these different types of portfolios. The bottom line from the committee's perspective is that, as I said at the outset, the portfolios are much too cash focused, which may be a virtue in some respects, but really, particularly in this market, cash is actually eroding value given the rate of inflation right now. And we feel, and Brown has asked for a broader mandate, and we feel that this is an appropriate mandate that gives just a tiny bit of extra leeway to invest and hopefully get a better return while moderating the risk and not allowing the portfolio to go hog wild. So that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions or welcome your comments.
Well, I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions of Brian and or any comments before. Yes.
I don't have any questions of Brian, just a few comments. What we have on our agenda is discussion. Well, let me back up a second. I'm very supportive of the changes that you want to make. Committee spent a lot of time discussing these. They've really worked this through. They've talked intensively with the investment advisors. So I think these are all good changes. My question is, at this point, somewhat procedural. What we have on our agenda here is discuss and possibly vote to approve change to Chapter 24. And the changes to Chapter 24 offer the opportunity for a wider selection. We can include equities in the short-term component, as an example. What it doesn't do is approve the changes in the ranges which are in the implementation plan. So I guess my question directed to our attorney, who is sitting here studying this all very intently, is would it be out of order or would it be in order if we added to a motion to approve changes to the ordinance, the associated or related changes to the implementation plan, which are referenced in the ordinance?
The investment committee had presented both for today, but because of time, one got sent to later. But if we could do both at one time.
Great.
that would be
Oh, we are
delightful.
moving it to later. I didn't realize that.
Well, if
That
we
was
can do it
procedural.
today, Council.
So the investment plan.
We got to get you on microphone. Got a seat for you. Here.
Or you can just stand up there.
Or you can stand up there if you want.
So with respect to the investment plan, how has that been approved in the past?
Is Billy's?
Well,
Left his glasses.
the basic outline of the investment policy is Chapter 24.
Okay, so
But
the
there
framework
re-
is there in the.
There
it
was a
just fills in
reference
the
in Chapter
details.
24 to the implementation plan, which has the much more detailed specifics of the policy.
And so there was at least the possibility of coming back at a later time to finalize those details in the implementation plan. Is that what you had indicated?
We had brought them both forward at the same time for today, but because of time, we were going to do Chapter 24 today and implementation plan in June. But if it's
But if we
possible.
can-
I
to do
wasn't
it one
aware of
time,
that, but
I
that's
will.
No,
fine.
it's,
Yeah.
I think it would be wise if if we're going to approve the changes to the investment policy, why wouldn't we
That
change?
was my thought when I
So-
asked it.
Yeah, if we could do that, that would be great.
And they are consistent.
Right.
across.
Right.
Yeah, I think that would probably be fine to go through and do those at the same time then.
Okay. Thank you, Council.
Good.
Yep.
Uh, So just one other point. It's good that we can do that because that then gives the investment advisor flexibility to work within those ranges. And without approving the implementation plan, we wouldn't actually have that official authority to do so. The other thing I would like, and this is for the future, I think this is something the investment committee could look at. I think there's some, when this was originally put together and approved, we didn't have a general fund balance policy. We didn't really have any specific plans for a reserve fund. We have that now. And it's not clear to me that the language in all cases that's in the implementation plan is really consistent with our investment policy. For example, I'm not sure that it makes sense for us to, for the town manager, the investment committee to apply an inflation measure such as year-over-year CPI to plan year 2 and year 3 cash reserve requirements for planning purposes. I mean, our cash reserve requirements are really driven by our unassigned fund balance as well as our rainy day fund. Those really are our backup places to go to should we need some funds. So, and they're actually automatically inflation adjusted, I believe, because they're driven by expenditures. So you look at the budgeted expenditures for the year, and the rainy day fund has 50% of those planned expenditures, and the unassigned fund balance is 15%. So I think there's some opportunities for the investment committee to look at the language here and revisit it and make sure that it's fully consistent with our general fund balance policy. So that would be a proposal for the future.
Wonderful. I agree. Any other conversation?
Yes. So
Commissioner Jasinski.
Brian, what was your thought process? If I'm understanding the alternative investments, and I fully support being able to do REITs and international and small cap and all that type of stuff. But it read to me like you're gonna allow a certain percentage to go to basically things that are completely illiquid that would be covered by that type of thing. In terms of that, I'm just kind of, what was your kind of rationale in doing that?
Yeah, so this is only in the long-term portfolio, and the change is actually just to permit the illiquid or less liquid securities. It already permitted the small cap and mid caps. That I was just pointing out as a contrast to how much more restrictive the short-term policy is. But with respect to the less liquid or illiquid, we purposely capped it at 10% of the portfolio. The idea being that, the portfolio as a whole has all the liquidity you could possibly want when 90% of it is in highly liquid exchange traded securities. I mean, to a T, every single one of them could be liquidated on a day's notice and converted to cash, which is the definition of liquidity from the SEC's perspective is anything that could be converted to cash in 3 days. And these all could be converted to cash in 1 day or less. So you have 90% of the portfolio at all times, and likely more than that, because unless the advisor goes up to the cap, he's not going to have 10% in illiquid securities. So the illiquid or less liquid securities just gives you a little more juice in the portfolio. When you invest in something like a REIT or a similar real estate fund or a BDC, typically those products, in fact, are also actually liquid. They could be converted and sold within 1 day, or certainly within 3 days. But we did allow the leeway to pick something that is less liquid than that and even illiquid, with a mind toward a couple things. One, the other 90% of the portfolio is guaranteed to be highly liquid. And secondly, those investments that are illiquid tend to be the ones that are going to have the highest returns, because the very nature of constructing a product like that is that you don't want your investors pulling money in and out every day. You want to be able to put it in the types of investments that are longer term, particularly in the real estate world. These REITs are typically buying big buildings or shopping centers and things of that ilk. Those are the kinds of investments that you put your money in and lock it up for many years, and hope that the market appreciates, and you manage the properties and rent them out. And those are very long-term plays. So the nature of the investment is to get those kinds of bigger returns, you've got to be willing to have your money locked up. And that's effectively, how we see it, that this is an opportunity to get a little bit extra return in that long-term portfolio. And it is a long-term portfolio by design already. So the presumption is that we don't need to pull the cash out right away. But even if we did, the other 90% of the portfolio is highly liquid anyway.
Oh, yeah. So it looks like only 5% can actually be in that stuff that's not publicly traded when I'm reading it.
That's correct. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
that was a further limitation to say that for the truly illiquid, we would cap it at 5%. But the definition of any REIT or similar product to that is typically going to be treated as less liquid. There is kind of a spectrum of liquidity in the securities markets. So although not technically illiquid, they would probably be less liquid, meaning it often takes, up to a week to reduce them to cash.
Okay. So just to make the way this is written, some of these investments could be not redeemable. If you go into private equity, sometimes you can't redeem. They just have a rule that you can't redeem. So just as long as people are aware of it, it's 5% of the portfolio. So it's not that much. So I don't have a lot of heartburn. The only thing that I look at this and I say that we want to think about is we spent the first 3 hours today talking about something that's going to be very, very expensive. And I think a lot of money that right now we think is long-term is probably going to be a lot more short-term than we previously would have classified it. So I would ask that the town manager think about kind of grant money and everything like that. And per the policy, give an updated view on what spending potentially could be over the next 2 years so that our investment committee can appropriately account for that.
Just can I make
Yes,
just
of
a
course.
quick comment? Again, I think with the general fund balance policy, our concerns about liquidity are far different than it used to be. Because we have, I think at the beginning of this current budget year, we will have something on the order of almost $600,000 in the unassigned fund, which is cash. We will have a rainy day fund, which is almost $2 million. And the last time I checked, and I haven't seen the most recent reports, about 1.4 million of that is the short-term component of the general fund, which is invested with Brown Advisory. So that means there's another $600,000, which is in cash. That's all of our backup stuff. And hopefully at some point today, we're going to talk about the budget surplus that we have from the last budget year and how that gets allocated. So we need to be concerned about these. I think we have some resources, and I think, the focus here has been for the investment committee to have a broader opportunity to try to increase the return on investment that we have in the money invested with Brown Advisory. Again, with this background of being a bit less concerned about liquidity, because we do have this general fund balance policy, which provides a substantial rainy day fund and an unassigned fund balance.
I don't have anything else. We can motion to approve this if you guys want.
Well, what I asked, just because we didn't have the implementation plan on the agenda and don't want to find ourselves in a predicament, is it possible for, if the commissioners agree, to potentially vote on number 6 right now in terms of to approve the changes to the ordinance and add to our June 3rd meeting the implementation plan in 2 weeks, if that's okay? I'm concerned that it hasn't been properly.
That's fine. That's fine with me.
Okay, well then I'll just motion that we do the ordinance for today then.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Not seeing any. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Town clerk, please make sure that we add that to the June 3rd. Okay, thank you.
That'll be attached.
Yes, later. Okay.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a good afternoon.
Back to the fluid agenda that we have today. Open public hearing. Public hearing regarding the appropriation of funds in the amount of $42,000 from the town's infrastructure account in accordance with ordinance number 689. Funds, if appropriated, will be used for infrastructure projects and will be the match to the $42,000 in realty transfer tax funding. Just as a matter of comment, we received $142,992 in that RTT, and we're only required to provide a matching for the, in addition to, or above 100,000. Town manager, do you have any?
So March 1st, we received a letter from Gina Jennings, Finance Director for Sussex County, advising us based on our population, we received $142,992. And anything above the $100,000 mark, we have to match. So that's why I went to the Infrastructure Committee, and I thought that would be a good place to match with the funds that we currently have in it. We had approximately $720,000 in the infrastructure fund. We will be paying a bill of approximately $144,000 for the work that was just done on Bayard Avenue, Kinley Street. So that will come out of that 720. And then we were going to take 42,000 to match this 42,000. So we'll end up at a zero.
Okay. And just for, we'll open up for the public comment, but just be clear, it's $42,992 that we're discussing, not 42,000, correct? Okay. Thank you. Is there anybody here from the public to discuss the RTT funds? Anybody online? With that, I'll close the public hearing, but let me know if somebody does pop through. Number 3, discuss and possibly vote to approve items and or projects utilizing funds from the Sussex County one-time RTT Realty Transfer Tax Grant for $142,992. Town manager.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I put together the list. Commissioner Persinger did bring to my attention, thank you, sir. I'm going to remove the Ford Ranger 4x4 at $39,540. That was the last quote that I had gotten. That should not actually be on the list to keep us down at the approximately 142,000 mark. So I would say out of all the items on there, you take out the Ford Ranger, all the rest of them. I did give explanations on why they are needed. They did meet the requirements from the county. The county did approve the use of the funds for each one of those items.
I'll over to commissioners. Any questions? Not seeing any. Do I have a motion?
So motion. Second. Jenks.
Any other comments? None. Seeing, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, that passes unanimously. Number 4, discuss and possibly vote to approve the appropriation of funds in the amount of $42,992, correct? From the town's infrastructure account in accordance with ordinance number 689. Funds appropriate will be used for the infrastructure projects that we just discussed and will be matched to the $42,992 in realty transfer tax funding. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Persinger. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That also passes. Number 4. Number 5, discuss and possibly vote to approve the reappointment of Elaine Bowl as the Board of Election Chair and Marty Tarr and Kay Sullivan as chairs of the board.
Motion.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Not seeing any. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. We've already discussed number 6. Number 7, discuss and possibly vote to approve an ordinance to amend Chapter 167 taxation 167-16. Amend the language regarding form submission requirements in 167-18B to amend the penalty amount for non-compliance of payment in 117-12B violation penalties to strike section B regarding each day of non-compliance constituting a separate offense.
Motion.
I think I had a question. Well, I can second and then I can ask my question.
Second. All right, discussion.
There was a mention in it of a 1.5%, but I don't think it said per month. I remembered something like that. It just said 1.5%.
So,
Trying to find the attachment here.
no, it does say per month.
It was already in there.
Yeah, yeah, it was there.
Okay, that's what it is. I just saw the 1.5% and I noticed that.
Any other conversation around that?
About the ordinance
Yes.
itself? Yeah, the only question I have is, I drafted these changes, and this is in change to 167-18 paragraph B. Failure to provide a completed copy of the accommodations tax payment form shall be subject to a $200 penalty. My only question is $200 enough? I mean, I put $200 in there just so that I would have a figure there, but I don't feel strong about it either way, but
Council, is that a fair and reasonable number for the fine?
What are these, what is this standard?
On average, I believe the tax that we receive is about $1,200. The fee is about $1,200 per household.
Yeah. It's not out of line. Okay. All right. I'll motion to approve that, or motion to approve it with that language added.
Well, it's part of
As-
the draft.
yeah, it's in the-
So,
so it's-
we already have the motion on the floor. Yep.
And seconded, so to send it to a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
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 So that motion, so that ordinance change also passes unanimously. Review March 2022 financials. Number 8. Town manager or
I'm prepared to do April's. I'm sorry, I don't have March's.
okay. Without taxing us too much is, let's skip over the review of March 22 financials. Commissioner Persker also alluded to the fact that we need to have an agenda item to discuss allocations of the unassigned fund, potentially other funds. So we need to have that agenda item, and maybe I don't want to tax us too much on June 3rd because it's supposed to be a short meeting. But if the commissioners are okay with adding that, I'd like to just to get the March financials done, as well as possible conversation and allocation. Is that okay? Okay, thanks, Paul.
Yep.
All right, April financials.
April financials, revenue expected was 403,767. Revenue received was 331,505. We're below by 72,262. But understand, we moved funds back approximately 150,000. We moved back from 2023 back to 2022. So when we did our budget projection, we had that revenue in there, and then we had to take it back out. So we are going to be below. If we'd have kept that revenue in there, we would be about plus 80,000. If that makes sense, Mr.
But just for this 1 month.
Yes.
Right. But I mean, over time, we'll make that up. We will not be behind our budget projection for the year.
For our budget for the year, we budgeted that 150,000 into our 2023 budget.
No.
So I think what Commissioner Persker, so just as we had in the February meeting discussed the changing of the due dates, and there was an assumption there of from a license perspective that from an accounting perspective, that revenue was received prior would be unearned revenue and then recognized in fiscal 2023.
Right.
We got guidance from the auditors that will create a whole different other policy issue of restricted and unrestricted funding. And in practice, it's just not done that way. And he suggested that we stick to a cash basis, which is when the funds received. Now, I do believe that we adjusted the budget based upon that of the funds being moved to 2023. And I believe that's why the April number was higher than the actual. The budget number was higher than the actual.
Right.
Yeah, I think what I'm saying is I think our annual budget is fine. What is a bit off is the monthly allocation. Because I think you'll continue to pick things up during the year, but then when you get to the end of FY23, you're going to get a big slug of money
In March.
again. So you'll make
It's
it
a
up.
timing issue.
Yeah.
I agree.
Right.
Okay.
Expenses expected was 293,729. Actual expenses 274,66. So we're 19,068 below, which is good. Income before set asides, depreciation, other expenses expected 110,038. Actuals were 56,844. That was due to the rental and commercial license split. Expected year-to-date differences after other revenues. Expenses set aside 97,187. Actual year-to-date differences after revenues, expenses set aside was 108,552. Now, again, due to the infrastructure projection of 144 to 294 in purchases of the street sweeper and police vehicle.
Any questions from commissioners?
The only comment, you weren't reviewing last year's numbers, but I noticed you basically came in right around targeted expenses last year. So I think you guys just did a great job managing your expenses last year.
Agreed. Any other comments?
No.
All right. Commissioners, you do have, and I believe we do have the March financial statements are on there. They have been posted on the website.
Yep.
So to be had to.
And then April went out last month.
And as Commissioner Persker alluded to, the auditors are now reviewing, they're in the process of the audit with those March financials. So I'm going to redact my comment. I don't know that we need to look at the March financials at the next meeting, since I think we're having a list of disagreement.
We need to look at the surplus.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the surplus, correct? Correct. Okay.
Does it matter that the PDFs that are linked here say 2021 when it is 2022? Because that the information is
Typo.
2022.
Yes, ma'am. If you ask the mayor, I sent out one spreadsheet that said balance Sheena. As hired
Yeah.
and I wrote wrong number.
That's just,
I will trust you being balanced and we'll go forward. Okay.
so we'll just, if we can, just from the clerk perspective, we can just amend those on the website so no one gets confused. Okay. Review end of year fiscal year 2022 financials. I mean, it's very similar to reviewing the March 22 financials.
Would
So-
be the end of the year.
Numbers look great.
Great. All right, moving on. Town manager comments.
So I'd like to bring up the town clerk to go over the status of our current grants.
So we currently have 2 federal grants that we applied for, one from Senator Coons, one from Senator Carper. It doesn't look like we're going to get much, if anything, from Senator Carper. However, Senator Coons looks like he is going to be making up for the law that we won't be receiving from Senator Carper. I applied for a grant with DENREC, and that is for the restoration of Sunset Park. This is the first grant that the town has done with DENREC. So usually it's a 50-50 match. DENREC will do 50% and the town will do 50%, but because it's the first time, we've now been approved to get a 75-25. So we do have the opportunity to go back to them within the next couple of weeks if we want to raise the amount that we would be looking to put into a project. And it can be any, it doesn't necessarily have to be just Sunset Park. It can be any outdoor recreation. So whether you want to do like Van Dyke Beach or Monagle Park, any type of a park. So I do have to let them know by the end of June if we want to raise that amount. We applied for 15,000, thinking it would be about 30,000 for Sunset Park.
Any indication as to how much we would be able to get? For example, if we wanted to cap the end of Dagsworthy instead and clean that up by Sunset Park, is it, and that costs 100,000? Did they give you any indication?
He
as to-
didn't give a definitive number, but he made it sound like 100 would be the max for the overall project. So like a 75-25.
Okay, good.
For 100.
And then-
If we need to vote on it in June, maybe at the early meeting, we have a list and a request thing, maybe for the June meeting.
Okay.
You know, because I'd like to take advantage of just spending 25 to get 75
Right.
and get some nice parks.
I don't think you get any argument for any of us.
Yeah. Then we have two more grants. One's with the state. That was for town hall as well. We applied for 3 million. It's very likely that we're not going to get 3 million, but she said usually what they do is they have the fund and then they would like to delegate it out evenly throughout the municipalities. So she said we might be able to expect around 1 million from that. And then one more grant to redo the deck here at the life saving station, which is 5,000.
Okay.
Good.
Ken, did you state the Senator Coons amount?
Well,
Or-
we don't have a definitive amount yet, but I think that there's a number that's out there, but I don't know that it's set in stone yet.
Okay. All right. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley.
The chief will brief on the paramedics and the summer officers. Myself and Lieutenant Hocker and the chief went and spoke with some of the business owners. That'll continue this weekend, speaking with some of the reputable bar owners about what we expect this summer and how they can coordinate and communicate with the police department. I would ask Jim at this time to give an update on Verizon. You're muted.
Unmuted.
There you
Okay, to date, we've received 4 applications for moving the Verizon poles, one on Clayton Street, 15 Clayton Street, 1 to 3 Rodney Avenue, 1 to 6 Collins Street, and 1 to 24 Collins Avenue. The 24 Collins has not been ruled upon. It was sent to CTC. It was a draft that they had. And I talked to Suzanne O'Berry, who is our contact representing Verizon through SmartLink. The current status is all of them have been kicked back for an RFI, which means that we did not accept it. There were a lot of issues that came up. So we're waiting for their response back to us. I believe it was May 11th, the town manager, myself met with CTC's environmental engineer, actually not the environmental, his senior executive engineer, Narav Gori, to review the sites. We specifically focused on 15 Clayton because that was the first one that was brought to us. And there was some general comments about distance and the the RF frequencies and so forth. So right now, the shot clock has stopped. And when I talked to Suzanne O'Berry, she had not resubmitted the one for 24 Collins Avenue. So everything is waiting for responses back. And as soon as we get it, we will move forward and advise you all as to the status.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions for Mr. Dedes? Okay.
Case continuing to move along with the police department on our new town website. It's going very well. One of the things I've asked Kate to add is a link to the updates from US Wind and Ørsted about the 2 projects they have offshore. So you can go to our town website and get the most recent information. We're getting a lot of calls about the boat, the ship that's offshore, that's up on its legs. That's their mapping craft that they have going back and forth, and it's going to be off here all summer, back and forth. Don and Barry, our maintenance team, did a great job over the nor'easter, working weekends, working nights, coming in, and so did the police department. And I'd like to thank the staff, especially Sheena, for pulling all those numbers, changing them from 2023 back to 2022. So I have some.
Wonderful. Police chief, comments.
Wanted to give the mayor and commissioners an update. The police department, we held training here in the life-saving building last Tuesday. It was a high-performance leadership and supervisory school. It was well attended by my officers, including the 3 new ones that were promoted. It was taught by Dr. Greg Warren. It was very educational, and I think everybody got something out of that class. I noticed today, I've been working a lot with the paramedics, Sussex County Logistics Office with the paramedics behind the code enforcement building, the little old apartment. The excuse me, the logistics office has been working hard in there. They painted it. They've got an air conditioning unit up in there. It's all ready to go with their medics. And actually they have a medic unit there today that was ready to go. Want to let everybody know, and our town's folks and visitors, there will be an emergency response vehicle there coming out of there. So if you're coming up to do business in that little parking lot, get in there and park. Don't lollygag, because they could be getting a call and they're going to be coming out of there. But we've got our own paramedics here in Dewey Beach, but they'll also be responding to other areas throughout the Rehoboth Lewis area. So they're not going to be only in Dewey Beach. They'll be going elsewhere. But Sussex County was great. And like I said, they said, please keep them on board on what we're doing with our building, because they're going to go ahead and probably kick in if this is successful, which I with the way the traffic already is picked up, I see this is going to be a good facility. And that's where I was familiar with the Seaford one that GMB give us a presentation on. And then finally, I took Officer Kane. He was a police officer on duty the night we had the fire. I took him up there to see if the governor wanted to recognize him for his actions. So I took Officer Kane up to meet the governor, and Speaker of the House, Schwarzkopf, come in there, and Senator Pettyjohn was there too. So the governor asked Officer Kane to tell him about what went on that night. They had a nice talk, and he presented him with a recognition. So I know we got media here. I put him in for award with the National Chiefs Association. Hopefully it's granted. If it is, I'll be asking to present it to him in front of you folks. And I also put him in, and he'll be featured in, I believe it's a September FBI training bulletin that goes out nationwide, and the director of training from the Federal Bureau of Investigation will be giving him a recognition. So we got that going, but I don't, and I felt bad. I feel, even though I'm focused on my men, that night, I knew Rehoboth, I knew Lewis Fire Department, and numerous fire departments from outside the area. But I'd like to recognize all of them and save it, because that way that wind was blowing and how hot that place got.
Could have been much worse.
It could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot worse. So please forgive me if I've left your agency out, but everybody with us here that night, I'd like to recognize him. And I'd like to thank the governor for taking the time to see us. They took their time with it, Officer Kane. It wasn't a rushed event, and it was very nice. Like Bill said, I'd like to thank Highway 1. I've never met, I met everybody from their talent, staff to all the restaurant. We had a big meeting to go over preparations for the summer, and it was very good. It was very informative, and it ended with a good question and answer session with them. So I appreciate all the businesses, with a great working relationship that helps us. That helps us tremendously to do our job. And Lieutenant, do you have anything to add? I know we've got outside agencies coming in Memorial Day, but if you'd like to just kind of brief the commissioners on all the work you put into for that, that's all I would have.
Okay, I'm back, Lieutenant Hawk. Yes, we invited out of town agencies to come back and help supplement our patrols this coming Memorial Day weekend, and we're getting them signed up. I'm receiving emails, today for additional officers. So we asked for 10 each night. Whether we'll get 10, we're not sure, but we're pretty close to that number. In addition, Chief mentioned Officer Kane being recognized. He was also recognized last Friday by the International Fire Chiefs Association Eastern Division. It's New York, New Jersey, DC, Maryland, and Delaware. So they had a presentation there. They brought him up. They gave him a written statement, whatnot. Recognizing him for his actions the night of the fire. In addition to that, Officer Kane just came back from fire school the other day. He actually is starring in a training video for the fire school. So I attempted to get a 6-foot picture of him and to put in our lobby, but the picture was too pixelated. We couldn't do it. So we're going to settle for a bunch of 3-foot versions.
Should we start calling him Hollywood Kane now?
No, I think he's a little over that, but just Officer Kane or Jack, he would love that. But our seasonal training, it is still going on. We are training this weekend and 2 additional days next week, and that the official training will be wrapped up. And then after Memorial Day weekend, we would do additional training just to above and beyond what we're required through Council on Police training. So we're going to be going through that. And other than that, I
Lieutenant, how many seasonals do we have?
right now, we are at 15.
Okay, wow.
Now, with that caveat, a few are having struggles finding housing, affordable housing. And if we can't find them something, we may be down to 13 or 12. We'll see. So we're doing what we can to get them in here. I think we have a month to get it figured out. So
Lieutenant, the chief and I, we've called different real estate folks. We've talked to those local business owners. They've reached out to other people down Long Neck Road and down into Ocean View looking for housing for these 3 officers.
Okay.
yeah, so all boots on the ground, getting it done. A lot of people looking into it. So I feel pretty confident we're gonna have all 3 of them.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anything else, chief?
That's it,
All
sir.
right.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Chief.
comments, Commissioner Paul Bauer.
Well, on the subject of seasonal officers, Elizabeth and I, a couple Saturday mornings ago, went to meet these 15 fine recruits. And, I thought Greg Warren did a great job training those guys and girls. So, it's good to have them. I mean, I think in past years, we've struggled and, staffing is bad for everybody. So the fact we had 15 and they all seem like very good, upstanding criminal justice type major people.
Thank you, Paul. Commissioner Gibbons.
I just had a question for the chief. I'm so excited about having the emergency response. Are they going to be coming on to Coastal Highway? Or are they coming out the other way?
Depending on the call, they'll come out where the sign is there that it has the different locations. They'll be exiting that way. When they pull in, they'll actually pull in closer to the old Grottos building. That's how they're going to come in. But yeah, that's the only way they could get that rig out of there. And because they have to have it plugged in because of their medications and they have to be kept at a certain temperature. So they've got it aimed that way and then they plan on coming in the other way. So just, we're learning too. We'll learn through this process. It may require just a little signage or something that emergency vehicle, maybe exiting. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the changes I'm very excited about here in Dewey Beach. And I'm always got my ear to the ground as to what our press is like outside of here. And Officer Jack, every place that I went in, not just northern Delaware, but in Pennsylvania, that was what they were talking about. So it's really great that Dewey Beach has that. This is what everybody said. We got great people, we got great officers. So this is a wonderful thing. And I do want to acknowledge, I love the way the Dewey Wave looks out there. I know that preceded most of us here, but I'm going to say it publicly now so I can trademark it. We have the Dewey Wave to stop the Dewey Weave.
Is that it?
I'm done, thank you.
I don't know if we're going to stop the weave. We're going to change the weave. Commissioner Jasinski.
No comments.
Commissioner Persinger.
No comments.
From myself, I think it's important from time to time to obviously recognize great performance, and obviously we had a great performance in the officer. But in addition to that, I try to take some time out when I learn of a passing, and because we are a community, we're a family, and we lost one of our residents in April, Karen Kruger, who's part of the community, part of a prior search that we had, and I just wanted to mention that to everybody. So I give her family and her friends my condolences, our condolences. With that, I'd like to end this session, public session, and convene an executive session pursuant to 29 Del C 1004B4. The town commissioners will be meeting an executive session to hold strategy sessions involving legal advice with respect to pending litigation where an open meeting would have an adverse effect on the town's litigation position. So do we need a motion to, yes, okay. Got to have a motion to, and second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Let's clear the room.
We're now meeting the 3rd.
In addition, the 3rd is, and the reason being is
So we're doing
that,
the 3rd
and
and
the
the
17th, the reason being is that we need to have an alderman's name sent up prior to June 13th. Oh, thank you.
Should I wait or will you send that?
What's today's date?